watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's jump right in. Senator Ashley Moody speaking right now during a Senate hearing on immigration enforcement efforts and operations going on in Minneapolis. Let's go ahead and listen in as Senator Moody, Republican from Florida, has the chance to ask questions of Keith Ellison, the Minnesota Attorney General right now.
Here illegally that had criminal backgrounds, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
If you're asking me are you asking me to rely on what the Trump administration has said?
Assume it is true, because I think you're going to debate me on this. They have removed tens of thousands of people across the country that are here illegally, that have committed crimes. They have a criminal background. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I agree with the general premise that we should remove the worst of the worst who are not authorized to be in the United States who commit crimes.
Okay, so if they're here illegally and they've committed burglary, should they be removed? What was that?
Ma'am.
You said yes, I just couldn't hear you.
Ma'am, look, I think I answered your question.
You didn't, I'm asking you now.
If you're asking me
this is a simple question as
if
the top
somebody
cop
commits
of Minnesota,
a crime,
if
somebody commits a crime,
and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
If somebody commits a felony offense, I mean, but it's.
Okay, let me make it simple. If they are drug trafficking and they are in Minnesota and they're here illegally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
Let's assume they've been convicted.
Yeah.
Okay. If they have broken into people's homes or committed theft, or let me go as far as saying if they've committed fraud and they're here legally, should they be deported?
Have they been convicted?
If they are in the process and they have a background of a criminal conviction for any crime, should they be deported?
People who have been convicted and are not authorized to be in the country should be removed.
Okay, if they've been convicted and they have an application in process or they've claimed asylum, should they be removed?
Don't we need to find,
if they have a criminal conviction for fraud and they're here illegally, or they have a process pending, should they be removed?
If they have a criminal conviction for felony fraud and they're unauthorized to be in the country, they should be removed.
So do you think it would shock the federal government when in January of 2026, you said, and I quote, we're not going to help the Trump administration. We're not going to devote the resources of our state to help the Trump administration. That's not our business. We're not going to help them. We're not going to do their bidding.
I'm glad you asked me.
Hold on. Do you think it would surprise an administration who's trying to go back and rid communities of people here illegally that are committing crimes to have the top law enforcement officer of the state said, we're not going to help them?
So, Senator, here's the thing. The federal government is a government of limited and enumerated powers, among them immigration enforcement.
Do you think you should help remove people here illegally that have committed crimes? Should you help the administration?
We should obey Minnesota and federal law. That's what we should do.
Does it surprise you that you said you think you have 7 counties that have entered into 287G? Out of 87 counties, 7. Would it surprise you that Florida has every one of our counties signed up to help the administration rid our communities of those that are here legally committing crimes?
It would neither surprise me or not surprise me.
Does it surprise you that you're having all of these problems in Minnesota because you have a top cop that won't help rid its community of those here illegally committing crimes?
You know what?
It's a tale of 2 states, a tale of 2 attorney generals, and how this is all playing out. It should surprise no one in this country. And in fact, let me go a step further. It should surprise no one in this country that the problems that we have had in your state as a result of a top cop not working with law enforcement to make its community safe and rid people here committing crimes, that you're seeing what has played out. And let me just say,
that's actually wrong. That's actually quite wrong.
You cannot have an attorney general
certainly disagree with that.
Post pictures supporting Antifa with an expectation you are going to have a civilized, stable, safe community that works with federal law enforcement to deport criminals here illegally committing crime. That is a joke. And it is also the reason why you have a crisis in law enforcement ranks. You have such a high vacancy rate in your state because no one that wears a badge and does these dangerous jobs believes that their top cop supports them. And as the wife of a law enforcement officer, I think that is a shame, and your state deserves better.
Senator, I thought we were going to have a real conversation. I'd be happy to have one, but now I know that you don't really want one, so congratulations on your theater.
Time has expired. With that, this concludes our first panel. I'd like to thank our witnesses for participating in today's hearing.
A bit of a combative back and forth there between Republican Senator Ashley Moody and Democratic Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, who was testifying about immigration enforcement in Minneapolis specifically, but also in the state of Minnesota. And you heard Senator Ashley Moody asking some questions. She does sit on the Homeland Security Committee. That is the committee that was holding that hearing, as you heard from the chairman, Rand Paul, that they have wrapped up their first panel discussion right now. So we are monitoring a number of other things on Capitol Hill as well. Should let you know that around noon, we are expecting another event from Capitol Hill where Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican from Florida, is expected to speak at an event where they are dedicating the House of Representatives Press Gallery and naming that after Frederick Douglass, the abolitionist who was actually the first black reporter allowed into the Capitol galleries years ago. So that is legislation that was initially introduced by Congressman Donalds, and we will hear from him coming up in about an hour. So that's another live event from Washington, D.C. that we are keeping an eye on, and we'll bring you here in just a little bit. We also have Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Orlando earlier today. We're going to hear from him coming up in just a little bit. We do have a lot to get to over this next little bit. We're going to check in on our forecast and how things are looking ahead of the Daytona 500 coming up this weekend. Events underway at Daytona International Speedway as part of Speed Weeks. And so all eyes on that forecast. And the chance for some rain this weekend. We certainly don't want that to throw a wrench in things. And we're going to check in with Brooks coming up in just a few minutes as well. Right now, though, we are going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. And as we do, let me give you a live look outside Daytona International Speedway, where you can still see some clouds out there. I know it's not the clearest camera as well, but a bit of a cloudy and foggy start to the day. It's still lingering even now at this 11 o'clock hour. So keep it here. More to come on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A manhunt is underway in Brevard County today after a man escaped from custody at Orlando Health Melbourne. He was arrested and was being taken to jail, from what we have learned, but told officers he needed medical attention before he ended up, according to investigators, attacking two officers and then escaping into the woods. This happened yesterday evening. The search, as we understand it, is still on. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz tells us what we need to know about the situation.
Yes, we're here at Orlando Health in Melbourne, and this is where police say this all happened after that man claims that he needed to come here for a medical emergency. And keep in mind, he was arrested the same day he escaped. Now, I want you to take a look at your screen. This is who police are looking for, and this is who they need your help to find. He's 24-year-old Eric Jordan Jerry. Officers say he was arrested on an outstanding warrant. He was taken into custody, and that's when he told officers that he was having a medical issue. He was taken here to Orlando Health Hospital in Melbourne, and as officers were trying to secure him inside a vehicle to go to jail, that's when investigators say things took a turn. He attacked the two officers, broke free, and then sprinted into the woods. This all happened just before 7 last night, and there's been a manhunt for him ever since. Several agencies are working together on this one. They've even got drones and their canine teams out, but the search continues. So again, if you have any information on where this man might be, you are asked to call Crime Line or give 911 a call. One thing you're asked not to do is approach him.
We are continuing to track that today. Let me give you a live look right now in Pima County, Arizona, outside the home of Nancy Guthrie. We know the search is continuing as we near 2 weeks since he first disappeared. Just a little bit ago, the reason I'm pulling this up is because I want to make note of something you may have seen on social media too. There was a tent that went up outside the front door just a little bit ago. There was a large white tent essentially blocking the view of anyone out there, and this camera shot that has a clear view of the front door. That tent had gone up and was kind of completely obscuring that. It did just come down in the last little bit. So interesting. Investigators, we know, obviously still out on that scene today, and it appears that when they had put that tent up, wanting to keep something from going out to the public. So we're continuing to monitor that search and the latest developments in that today as well. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look right now downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning, and still seeing some of that fog out there right now. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner joining me now, and Brooks, a foggy start out there to the day.
Absolutely, and this is laying a yellow brick road for a system to come at us from the west, and that could bring some rain to the Daytona 500. Hopefully it doesn't. We need the rain, though. We're in the middle of a drought, so it's always a dilemma where, like, we really need a soaking, but we really don't want the soaking during one of the biggest events of the year here in Central Florida, which is the Daytona 500 Sunday afternoon. But we've got an extreme drought here across North Florida as well as Southwest Florida and in South Florida, the red blotches. And there's a severe drought in orange once you get up to Daytona Beach and also into Tampa Bay and down through Melbourne. And at this level, I mean, this has already led to a lot of brush fires, but local counties are now instilling what are called burn bans, where they're saying no burning, even with permits, not allowed. And this can cause sinkholes because after the freeze, a lot of farms have sprayed crops with water, millions and millions of gallons, like on a scale that's not even comprehensible compared to local, like, well-drawn irrigation for your backyard sprinkler. I mean, this is just on a totally massive scale. And then with the drought, they've got to keep the crops alive, so they water some more. And it's not to cast all blame on the farms, but I mean, it is a fact that hundreds of millions of gallons are taken from the Floridan aquifer, and that empties out the cavities in the ground of limestone that are usually filled with water, and that could lead to the ground collapsing and sinkholes forming. We've already seen a few this year, at least depressions in the road in Lake County. By the way, it usually takes a tropical system to recover from this. So this is not going to be something we just like bounce back from a few afternoon showers. It's going to take a major pattern change. Now, we are going to transition into an El Nino pattern, which is typically a rainy, wetter pattern for us, but that won't happen until probably June. So we've got a very dry spring ahead. So we're hoping this summer is going to be a very wet season to bring a lot of rain to the region. Well, today we're going to go from 71 degrees at noon, about 40 minutes from now or so, to 76 by 3. So a warm afternoon, but there will be a 30% chance for showers. We've got a frontal boundary that's going to set up right across the region from the Villages to Orlando to Melbourne. And to the north of it, it'll be cooler with upper 60s at the beaches, Daytona into New Smyrna, but we'll be in the mid and upper 70s from Orlando to Winter Haven. So here's a look at it. We're going to see a couple of showers popping as soon as 4 p.m. and they'll be scattered in nature, but they'll kind of be like tracking over the same areas. So if you find yourself underneath one of these clouds, it's going to be dreary, it's going to be wet, it's going to look like a rainy afternoon. But not everybody's going to get it. It's not a widespread situation, but a few lucky communities will get a nice free watering of the grass. So this is all laying the groundwork for some big changes coming our way. Here's a live view from Daytona Beach. It's gray, the seas look calm, but we have to look all the way west to California. Do you see that swirl over California? That's an area of low pressure that is about to start trucking across the country. And remember, today's Thursday. This gets here on Sunday, so we're only about 4 days away. It's going to cover a lot of ground. It's got a long way to go and a short time to get here. And any deviation, any change is going to change its forward speed, its timing. And that's the key here, because on a storm of this scale, if it arrives 6 to 12 hours on either side of the clock, it doesn't really mean much. But in the scale of an event like the Daytona 500, it runs from exactly 2:30 to usually 5:30 or so. It matters a lot. So here's how it looks. As that storm energy approaches, we're going to see rain chances increasing. Now, this is very important. While the main line of storms looks to hang back Sunday afternoon back toward the Panhandle, keeping our area free of the really intense stuff, we are likely going to see some scattered showers out ahead of the main band developing. And so that looks like it'll come our way once we get into about 3 to 5 p.m. Then the line of storms rolls through in the evening. But the big question for Daytona, because any rain on the track that wets the track means a delay, is that if they have to do a 90-minute delay, because that's the minimum, because they have to dry the track, will another shower happen between that point and then that delay? And then if they delay it too much, does that line of storms come through when they're finally ready to run the race? So a lot of questions. I give about a 50-50 chance that we'll get out of this thing unimpacted by the rain. Look for mid-70s for the next few days, upper 70s to around 80 for Saturday and Sunday. And otherwise, Garrett, we are into a much warmer setup as we look at the end of the month with temperatures well above normal. In fact, some of the models suggesting mid-80s on the way for the last week of February.
Wow.
So, yeah.
50-50 chance for Sunday. Not great, though.
Yeah, it's like overall that period, like Sunday afternoon to Monday morning, there's probably a 70 or 80% chance that it's going to rain. It's just a matter of like during the race. Mm-hmm. And it really is a high-stakes thing, because it's one thing to track that storm, whereas obviously that's where most of the rain will be. But we can sometimes get these little showers, these renegade showers they're called, that form out ahead of the main line. And they can precede it by hours. And if one of those sets up over the track, obviously, they're going to have to figure out what to do about that. Maybe it's time for a covered track.
Could you imagine?
Miles of roof.
That would be tricky.
Yeah, it would.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks.
As we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let's give you another live look right now in Daytona, US 92 Williamson Boulevard, with Daytona International Speedway in the background. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Orlando just a little bit ago, held a news conference at the Florida Highway Patrol Group D headquarters there, and was talking about an operation that led to the takedown of a criminal commerce syndicate, as they called it. It was an investigation that began back in 2023, and they eventually identified 6 people involved in 32 separate theft incidents, including, we're talking about stolen cargo shipments in some of these cases. So here's what the Attorney General had to say. He was joined by Orlando Police Chief Eric Smith. They also took some questions and spoke on a number of different topics as well during that news conference just a little bit ago.
Another good announcement for the rule of law here in the state of Florida. I think by now you guys get the drill. If people commit crimes in Florida, we're going to take them down, and they're going to go down for a long time. Today is no different. Today we're announcing charges against 6 individuals in a large grand theft ring. The individuals are Alain Espinoza Lopez, Yerson Perez, Yasser Medeiros Garcia, Alexis Suarez Hernandez, Alejandro Valdez, Arlie Asmani Hernandez Relova. And so what these guys did is they worked together in coordinated fashion across the state, trying to span over jurisdictional lines, everywhere from Central Florida on down to Broward and South Florida. They stole from trucks in the supply chain that would often be parked in parking lots, oftentimes overnight, leading to over $7.8 million in loss that we've been able to discover so far. Again, this crime ring could potentially grow as the investigation continues, but at this point, 6 individuals will be behind bars for quite a long time. Again, these guys thought they could evade jurisdiction, but what you see behind us, yet again, multiple times this week, is an example of interagency coordination, teamwork that spans the state and allows us to overcome those jurisdictional boundaries, working together to put evidence together and ultimately bring charges. So this morning, I would like to thank our Highway Patrol, Colonel Gary Howes, who has had 3 or 4 different jobs really thrown on him. He thought he was signing up for one when he took this role, but the Highway Patrol, we call and they always answer and deliver for us. Also great to work with Orlando Police Department Chief Eric Smith. Appreciate the work of his team in this case and others working with the state. And then, of course, we've got the best statewide prosecution team in the country. Here we've got Jean Almanasi and Mary Salmon with us this morning, who worked on this case. Jean was lead on it, and you'll hear from him in just a little bit. So again, the message out there to people is if you are going to commit crime, I mean, first of all, you shouldn't do it anywhere, but you are an idiot if you want to commit crimes in the state of Florida. We are watching. We're going to get you. It might take us a little while. We cross our T's and dot our I's. We do not hand out plea deals, and we prosecute to the fullest. So I hope this message gets out there. You know, Florida's at an all-time crime low, and that coincides with a record year of arrests and convictions. That's not a coincidence, everybody. It's not a coincidence. The two go hand in hand. We take this seriously, we prosecute to the fullest, and ultimately we make our society safer. Florida's the #1 large state to raise a family, and under our watch, that is not going to change. So I want to thank our law enforcement partners, our investigators. They do the toughest work here. We get to stand up here and celebrate their great results, but they're working behind the scenes up and down the state, and people in Florida, our taxpayers, they don't know how blessed they are to have these people working night and day to keep them safe. So thank you all for being here. I'll turn it over now to Colonel Howes.
Thank you, Attorney General Uthmeier, for your leadership and the work you and your office do to hold criminals like we're talking about today accountable. Thank you, sir. While we consider you the free state of Florida's top cop, you're much more than that. Your commitment to protecting all Floridians provides substance to Florida being a law and order state. Our residents and visitors, and especially our Florida law enforcement, are grateful for your efforts and your office's efforts. Thank you on behalf of law-abiding Floridians. Thank you for the work you do. Also like to thank Chief Eric Smith and his dedicated men and women of the Orlando Police Department. They brought this case to our attention, and truly, they really sparked this investigation. What could have been a single arrest, they took the time to think beyond just the Orlando Police Department arrest and contact our Florida Highway Patrol Cargo Theft Task Force. I'd also be remiss if I didn't recognize some other partners in Florida law enforcement that helped contribute to this case. The Orange County Sheriff, the Polk County Sheriff, St. Lucie County Sheriff, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade Sheriff, and also the Kauai Police Department, St. Cloud Police Department, and the Daytona Beach Police Department. Clearly a large investigation. Additionally, job well done to the Florida Highway Patrol's Cargo Theft Task Force. Their dedication, persistence, and attention to detail transitioned this case from a single arrest, like I said, to dismantling a large-scale criminal organization. This investigation began in 2023 when the Orlando Police Department, they contacted our Cargo Theft Task Force when they arrested 2 individuals on a cargo theft case. Over the course of the investigation, our team identified 6 primary subjects responsible for 32 separate thefts incidences. 32. These crimes involved 51 stolen commercial motor vehicles and 28 stolen cargo shipments with an estimated total loss value, like the General said, of nearly $7.8 million. These criminals targeted truck drivers when they're at their most vulnerable. They were parked, resting, so they didn't have to drive fatigued going down our interstate system. And while they were doing that, these criminals would break into their trailers, steal cargo, and sometimes even steal the complete trailer and truck and trailer. They would take the stolen goods and take them across the state and unload them with businesses known to deal in stolen property. It's important to emphasize that these crimes are not single incidences. It was an organized criminal operation that targeted hardworking Floridians, disrupted commerce, impeded commodities that we depend on, and really put livelihoods at risk. Thanks to the dedication and coordinated efforts of your Florida law enforcement, these criminals have been identified, arrested, and now will face Florida justice. We look forward to seeing this case move forward. Your Florida Highway Patrol remains committed to protecting our communities and also the Florida economy. Again, thank you, General Uthmeyer, for your steadfast dedication to protect Florida from a criminal element lurking to take advantage of others. Also, we appreciate you holding them accountable for their actions. And especially, I'd like to thank our Florida State Troopers for making Florida proud and doing what they do every day to keep Florida safe. Thank you. Chief.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Attorney General's Office of Statewide Prosecution and the Florida Highway Patrol for the continued partnership. By working together, our agencies were able to investigate this major theft organization across jurisdictional lines and ensure those responsible were held fully accountable. Organized cargo theft impacts far more than individual businesses. It disrupts supply chains, raises costs for consumers, and threatens Florida's economy. That is why coordinated enforcement and strong collaboration between law enforcement and prosecutors are essential when confronting criminal enterprises. The Orlando Police Department is proud of the outcome of this case. We believe it sends a clear message: organized criminal activity will not be tolerated in Orlando or anywhere in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Gene, you want to come on up here?
All right, thank you, General. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for everyone. Thank everyone for the opportunity for me to speak today. My name is Gene Almanasi. I'm an assistant statewide prosecutor over at the Office of Statewide Prosecution, and I, along with the general sentiment that's been shared today, I wanted to reiterate how much of a collaborative effort this was on behalf of not only the Office of the Attorney General, not only the Florida Highway Patrol, not only the Orlando Police Department, but all of the local law enforcement agencies that participated and assisted and contributed in this effort. So I know there were some agencies that were already mentioned, but I wanted to highlight the other agencies that were not mentioned. Now, I have a list as well, So to the extent that there's some overlap, I apologize, but I wanted to mention even the ones that were tangentially related to this takedown. So the Orlando Police Department that was mentioned, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office, the Ocoee Police Department, the Daytona Beach Police Department, the Marion County Sheriff's Office, the Miami-Dade Police Department, the Miami Gardens Police Department, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and of course to Detective James Smith from the Florida Highway Patrol Cargo Theft Task Force. He was instrumental in not only investigating these incidents as they happen in Orange County, but also gathering all the evidence that the Office of Statewide Prosecution needed over the course of these 2 years in order to hold these people accountable. So I thank everyone who was involved in this collaborative effort, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, Gene, and thanks to all of our prosecutors. You know, law enforcement, they bring in the criminals, but it doesn't mean anything if we don't have their backs, if we don't prosecute to the fullest. Where you see people let out early, it undermines the hard work that they do. You know, when they put on the badge every day and they go to work, they fully understand what that means. They could come face to face with somebody that wants to take their life at any moment, but they put on that badge anyway, and they go to work proudly, and they do it for strangers. You know, the Bible says there's no greater love than to lay down your life for a friend. They do it for people they don't even know because it's that important here in our state. So we're going to have their backs. We're going to prosecute to the fullest. We're not going to be like these other states where you see people that get released 13, 14 times and then ultimately engage in very heinous crimes. I do want to end on another positive note. We received, there was some word from the local state attorney's office at some point in the last year that, you know, they just needed help, didn't have resources with the backlog. So our AG's statewide prosecution office had a Tiger team that stepped in to help. In addition to their other duties, they decided to, you know, get cross-sworn and help to alleviate that backlog. So we have a Back the Blue Award in the AG's office that's given out to people that exemplify superb leadership to support law enforcement in the fight against criminal activity. And I want to recognize a handful of people that are here this morning. I'll call you all if you all want to come up front, and then I'll give you the certificates, and we can take a little photo. So Gene, you're number one. You're already up here. Gene Almanasi, am I saying that right? Yes. All right, very good. So here's yours, sir. And then we have Taylor Chatting. Come on up. Yeah, I'll shake your hand here. There we go. All right. Rebecca Addison. There you are. And Lauren Day. All right. Come over here. Gene, come over on this side for a minute. Let's take a quick photo. One more. He had his award backwards. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you. So thanks to the work of these guys and our prosecutors all over the state, we're pushing hard to have our prosecutors designated in the state's special risk retirement, which allows earlier and more retirement. You know, when bad guys go away, you know, the last face they see is oftentimes the prosecutor, the person that's standing in front of them in the courtroom making the case to ensure that they're held accountable. So, you know, there's risk in the job. You know, some of these people do get released at some point, hopefully not too early. But also when you're going through child pornography, trafficking, you know, heinous murder and other criminal evidence, it can take a toll on you. That's tough. It has to be done. We've got to put the record together. The rules of evidence are specific. Somebody's got to do it, and these people do it, and they do it willingly. So we need to take care of them and have their back. I'll end by saying, you know, there's a case in Central Florida we've been monitoring. You may recall a recent triple murder that happened in the Orlando area. An individual literally named with the name Jihad in his name. He murdered 3 tourists in cold blood that were going to an auto show. This guy had been released recently before on a stipulation with the state attorney's office. We disagree with that act. I hope that he will be prosecuted to the fullest here. We see multiple second-degree murder charges that have currently been filed. That's not enough. I certainly hope it's going to go further. We would like to see the death penalty pursued, which will take a grand jury finding. So we will be watching very closely in this case. We need to set an example. We can't let people that the previous charge was attempted murder, and he was literally allowed to walk free. That can't happen. Not in our Florida. Not under the watch of our prosecution. So we'll be watching that, and again, we're going to do everything we can to protect the citizens of this state, including and especially Central Florida. All right, with that, I'll take any questions. Gene, am I allowed to answer any of these questions? You want to? I get confused when it's a pending case, what I can say and can't say. I get in trouble on my own just enough.
It'll be handled in the Ninth Judicial Circuit.
Okay, Ninth Judicial Circuit, yes.
I believe as of about a couple of weeks ago, 3 of them were in the Orange County Jail. I recently attended initial appearances for them a couple of weeks ago, and the other 3, I believe, are... Yes. The charges that they all face currently, either individually or in principle, would be grand theft charges, conspiracy to commit grand theft, and those are the charges. I think 3 counts were filed in an information recently.
Well, let's remember, the last case did not go to a jury. When juries look at this, they rarely accept these bogus insanity defenses. I mean, somebody that goes out and kills 3 people, total strangers, and kills them, I mean, like, who's really going to say that's a sane person? I understand there are people that do have mental defects, that have capacity issues. Where that's the case, we've proposed at the state of Florida that they not be released early. They still complete their entire sentence, but they do so in a mental facility, a barred hospital. We're not letting these people out. So that, he was let out on attempted murder. Thankfully, he missed that time. Then he goes and kills 3 people. We just going to let this guy out again because he claims he's insane? This is wrong. We see this across the country. We recently interdicted an individual in Ocala, Central Florida. He had stabbed a 6-year-old boy in Kentucky multiple times in the head, killing him, and then he was allowed out in 7 or 8 years. So he came down to Florida where he had some family, and he got a residence right across the street from an elementary school. That's what we're dealing with in this country right now. Just before Christmas, an elderly woman in Palm Beach, North Palm Beach, shopping in a Barnes & Noble, a random guy gets off a Greyhound bus from out of state, has a bunch of priors, stabs her. Again, total stranger, kills her at Christmas time. People have to be safe to go to a bookstore in Palm Beach County in a safe area. So we need to change this law. We need to make sure people that are found legitimately to have mental defects, under the Constitution, we cannot impose the death penalty if that finding has been made, but they should be locked up forever. We cannot risk our kids, our families being subjected to evil and violence. And we should not have state attorneys stipulating to these facts based on some expert that the defense attorney found. It was not a jury. All right, I think you guys have heard my passion on that. Yes, ma'am. What I'll say is we've received numerous complaints about HOAs, some criminal, some civil, just abuse of power. We see a trend across the state of Florida right now where HOAs are engaging in abuse. I know the legislature's looking to rein in some of these, organizational powers. We're investigating. Financial crimes continue to get more complex across the state, multi-jurisdictional, oftentimes including crypto and other foreign currencies. So we've got to stay one step ahead of the bad guys. We've got to continuously train, educate, and innovate. We've got a great cyber fraud financial crimes unit in the AG's office that's working on this. I'll also add, we see these crimes impacting seniors all the time. Seniors get these fake text messages and emails and pleas. It's oftentimes, sadly, from family members or people pretending to be family members, and they're generous, they're kind, they want to give and take care of others, and ultimately they're harmed. So we're really honed in on protecting our seniors. We want to be the #1 retirement state. We don't want people to lose their hard-earned savings at the end of their life, and they left this world better for us than they found it. We need to do the same for the next generation. Yeah, my understanding is, it's a lot of, products sold in the supply chain, in commerce. Gene, I don't know if we can talk about any other specifics, but products you would buy, at various department stores and so forth.
Was the Attorney General earlier today in Orlando. Now to some breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. A missing child alert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. This is 15-year-old Jade Toth, who has been missing since February 5th. That's when she was last seen in the 2800 block of Spring Heather Place in Oviedo. Last seen wearing a dark-colored hoodie, gray sweatpants, a dark-colored backpack as well. Again, she was last seen a week ago, but because of an ongoing investigation, investigators have now upgraded this to a missing child alert. If you have any information about this, if you may have seen Jade or know where she is, you can contact FDLE. You can contact the Oviedo Police Department. You can also call 911. You can also, as you see that QR code there right now, to take you to more information that you're seeing online through the FDLE Missing Endangered Persons Information Clearinghouse. So we are tracking this breaking news, a missing child alert out of Seminole County. This teenager last seen a week ago in Oviedo, the Spring Heather Place. She is 15 years old, about 5'6", 120 pounds, with brown hair and brown eyes. You see her photo there. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back. Back into Fox 35 News Plus, I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've talked a lot about the immigration enforcement crackdown here in the state of Florida, and we heard briefly yesterday from the state CFO, Blaise Ngolia, who was talking about a new proposal in the legislature that would hold lawmakers and also judges accountable if an undocumented immigrant were to commit violent crimes in their districts. Want to play for you, at the news conference yesterday, we did hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley. They also spoke with us on Good Day Orlando earlier today about the impact of the ongoing immigration enforcement efforts around the state and also what this new legislation might mean. We'll start with Sheriff Chitwood earlier today on Good Day Orlando.
So let's talk about how this would work, because it is a little complicated. So we're talking about judges, lawmakers potentially could be fired or held accountable if an undocumented immigrant is let out of custody, right? They've already committed a crime, then they're let out of custody and they commit another crime. Is that right?
That's right. I mean, I'd like to see that happen with our United States citizens that we arrest that, frankly, get out of jail with nominal or no bail, and then they reoffend once again, as we've seen recently here in Volusia County.
So basically what you're saying is this is a much wider issue than just people who are here illegally. This is something that should happen with any criminal who is let out. And listen, let's be honest, Sheriff, we see this all the time.
If you look at it this way, we operate under the 80-20 rule, Amy. 20% of the crime is committed by 80% of the individuals over and over and over and over again. I should reverse that. 80% of the crime is committed by the same 20% of the individuals over and over and over again. And you see that. And with the undocumented or illegal aliens, you look at just one small example was Rockville Concert here, where we had over 250 victims. A South American transnational organized crime gang came in to operate, probably 50 of them. We arrested 12 of them. They had been arrested in probably 12 other states doing the same thing at large-scale events. And you ask yourself, why is this allowed to continue? Thank God they didn't have weapons. They were just there to steal your cell phones and your credit cards and then go crazy on a spending spree.
Wow. Let's talk about how this would complicate the legal process, Sheriff, because, it does sort of get, to the point like, okay, this judge let this person out and they committed this crime. So then what's going to happen to that judge? I mean, we're talking about something that could take a very long time to work its way through this process.
I'm kind of a simplistic person. And here's the deal. You came into the country illegally and you committed a crime. Why are you being released? You just make custody of them to then decide whether they're going to be deported or they're going to serve a prison sentence here. It's really simple. There should be no bond. And unfortunately, what we have seen over the years was there was a watering down of the criminal justice system. Well, you're here illegally and you got caught DUI or retail theft or driving without a license. That's really not serious. So we'll just let you go through the process and you'll get bail like everybody else. Now, under the current administration, the opposite view has been taken. Everybody we come in contact with, if we think they're here illegally or can prove they're here illegally, ICE wants to be notified and a detainer is lodged. And in some cases, there's deportation orders already in place. One small fact I don't think many Americans realize is there are 1.4 million deportation orders that are out there, meaning folks went through the process and a judge said, you have to leave the country. And their response was, well, now come and find me.
Sheriff, obviously your opinion matters in this because you're the one who has to be out there. Your people are out enforcing the law. How do you go about making sure your voice is heard within the legislature in something like this?
All 67 of us are part of the Florida Sheriff's Association, and we're all the 67 sheriffs are in constant contact with one another. We have a lobbying law firm that's up there working. Sheriffs go up there to talk to the legislators to let them know what they're seeing in their communities, and I think that goes a long way as for the legislature to hear exactly what's going on in each county and why this is a good thing.
So that was the sheriff earlier today talking about that on Good Day Orlando, Sheriff Chitwood. We also heard from Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley on Good Day Orlando. Here's his take on this legislation.
Now, businesses that hire workers not here legally, they would be on the hook for costs if the worker gets injured. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a good concept. I used to own a business. We sold it to a national firm. We had to go through all the proper backgrounds before we hired our employees. We have to do that at the sheriff's office. And so really this law on hiring people that can legally be in this country has been on the books by the federal government for decades. And there has been minimal crackdown on it. So, you know, how you get business owners' attention? You hit them in the wallet book. So I support it.
Sheriff, you know, there's been this ongoing debate about should judges be held accountable if they let habitual violent offenders out and they commit crime, or worse yet, they take a life. Now, this focuses on illegals, but it underscores a bigger issue. I know that one that your department sees often.
Well, we do, fortunately, and they probably don't always agree with me, so I get that. But right now, the way the system is, judges are, even though they have to run for re-election, it's very rare that you unseat a judge in an election. So they're basically, once they're there for life. Same thing in the federal government, even though they have to go through an election. So I do think there needs to be some controls on their actions, because I've seen you know, bond settings that are very low. I've seen people in my career released, and then they go out and commit a more heinous or serious crime. So, you know, it's part of the checks and balances in our system.
What would your response be to critics who say the bill might go too far, and maybe even holding a judge accountable? I'm sure you've heard those arguments. Well, I have, and you know, the current system we have is not great. It's better than most places around in the world. So let's try something. Let's be bold. You know, sometimes when you're an elected official, it's the legislature or sheriff, whatever it is, you have to make hard decisions and bold decisions. I put this in a hard and bold decision, and I think it's time we try it. Let's finish with this. We spoke to Sheriff Chitwood, and he expressed frustration when illegal immigrants, they get bonded out and they can't be located instead of just deported for your crime. So this is already on the books. What are your thoughts, and what are you guys seeing here in Central Florida? Well, you do have to remember one thing different between Volusia County and Flagler County. I run the jail in Flagler County. Volusia Sheriff does not. It's a Board of County Commissioners or County Council, I think they call it in Volusia. We don't have that problem in Flagler County. We did under Biden. My jail has been a 287G jail since 2017. Biden came in. We had one detainer in 4 years, and we had to beg for that one. And so now what happens in Flagler County, if you are illegal, we call ICE. They issue a detainer. One of my warrant service officers that are at the jail that are federally sworn, they serve that warrant. And when that person is about to get bonded out or released from the jail, we call ICE, they come get them. So we don't have that problem in Flagler. Yeah.
Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley speaking on Good Day Orlando this morning about immigration enforcement in their county, and also this proposed legislation that could make some changes when it comes to accountability of judges, even in the process. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to let you know a couple of things that we are watching as we get closer to the noon hour here. One of them local out of Melbourne, as we await an update from Melbourne police in the next few minutes, giving an update on where things stand with the search for this fugitive, a man who was being taken into custody, and police say ended up assaulting 2 officers before taking off his handcuffs and taking off after he had told them he needed medical attention before he was taken to the jail. So we're waiting for to hear from Melbourne police any minute now. We'll try to bring that to you live as soon as that does begin. We are also awaiting a special ceremony on Capitol Hill where Congressman Byron Donalds, the House Speaker Mike Johnson, they're both going to speak at a special dedication ceremony for the U.S. House of Representatives Press Gallery. Donalds introduced himself and has now watching that come to fruition, and we are waiting for that ceremony to begin any minute now. I want to take you right now, while we're waiting on that, to Capitol Hill, where this is one of the leaders of the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, who is testifying before the Senate Commerce Committee right now, talking about the D.C. mid-air collision. The final report has come out. They're presenting that. They are discussing the main findings from that and talking about that with senators on Capitol Hill right now. I know this has been a huge story that we have been tracking ever since it happened. Let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues on Capitol Hill.
2019 in Ketchikan, 6 people died, in that collision. So, yes, I'd like to have you up and have my constituents see, because I think there's progress, but there's still gaps. And would you agree with that? And, the President, Secretary Duffy did announce a huge investment in AWAS systems in Alaska. I think the President actually announced 170 for my state, which would be fantastic. But we need to work on all elements of that. Can I get your commitment again on that? And are there any things that, from the preliminary look at the Bering Air investigation or your other areas of expertise that relate to Alaska, that you could kind of lay out right now here?
Well, we're still well, first of all, yes, you have my commitment on that.
Thank you.
I was the board member on scene for Ketchikan. It was really devastating.
Yeah.
Bryce Banning was also on that investigation. He's our investigator in charge for DCA. So we're still conducting the investigation on Nome. We hope, I need to check in with the team on when that will be completed. But you have a lot of needs in Alaska, infrastructure. For one of them, resources. I mean, just to see how different aviation is, that you're relying on aviation from everything from mail to prescriptions, life-saving medicine to food.
Yeah.
And you need to have that infrastructure there so you can get all of that in, whether it's weather, whether it's runway lights or anything else.
Good. Well, I look forward to that. And Mr. Chairman, I look forward to maybe getting you up there and your team, but that'll be an important hearing. And again, thank you for your work. Thank you for your work on the FOSI initiative. I want to thank the committee on that. We made some really good progress on the Alaska Safety Initiative here in the last FAA reauthorization and the Working Families Tax Cuts Act, which we passed in July. And your work on this, I know it's difficult. And again, to the families who have lost loved ones, we are very focused on making sure this doesn't happen again, either in D.C. or in Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all the families that are here, thank you for being here. Not just lifting the memories and names of those that you lost personally, but of all 64 that we lost. For reminding us that behind policy, behind these decisions, that there's people. And I want to thank you all for being here. Chair Amity, one of the many findings and recommendations in this report, one that stood out to me is how the lack of communication and coordination between the FAA and the Army contributed to this crash. What's even more concerning is that this lack of coordination apparently has not been resolved. Just yesterday, we saw how the lack of coordination between the FAA and the Department of Defense can lead to widespread confusion. Flights were delayed, canceled for many of my constituents, Senator Cruz's constituents, and others throughout the United States. But it's more than those flights being canceled. It's the worry and the uncertainty that also came from this. There's still been no answer from the President, from the United States government, from the Department of Transportation, from the Department of Defense, and now we're learning the Department of Homeland Security. They've all been quiet, and they stand behind what Secretary Duffy said, that it was about a drone incursion. Well, what's being reported now is that it was a laser that was on loan from the Department of Defense to the Department of Homeland Security Border Patrol, and that they shot a party balloon. I thought that was a technical term for some craft. A party balloon is a balloon any one of you would buy for someone's birthday party. And they shut down, they said they were going to shut down air traffic for 10 days without calling the White House, without calling the Department of Defense. Do you all know how long the airspace was shut down over Venezuela when the full force of the United States military went down there? 24 hours. Further, what's being reported is that the FAA and DOD have said that this technology was safe for air travel. It also says that there's accounts that there were DOD personnel on the ground there with Border Patrol. I appreciate Senator Cruz and Senator Cornyn making it abundantly clear that there needs to be a briefing in a skiff. I don't know why there needs to be a briefing in a skiff shooting a party balloon. But it's not just the Department of Defense that needs to be there, the Department of Transportation, the FAA as part of the Department of Transportation, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Border Patrol, and the people that were on the ground that did this. And I want to know why they're not communicating. So my question to you is, are you going to investigate this?
Our mandate is to investigate after a tragedy occurs.
I appreciate that. Let me ask you a different question. Yes or no, is a lack of federal coordination harmful to the safety of our airspace?
Yes.
Will the I just asked that as well.
Listening to this NTSB hearing right now as they're testifying and discussing a couple of other things, safety of the airspace. We're still standing by, awaiting updates from Melbourne police on the fugitive who took off yesterday. It appears we may be about to start. We're looking, this is Commander Sean Ising, getting ready to give an update on the fugitive in Melbourne, where this is someone who took off yesterday after saying as he was being taken to jail. So we're waiting to hear from him as soon as he starts that briefing. Right now, I want to get you to another event on Capitol Hill. Senator Rick Scott, who is part of this hearing on immigration operations in Minneapolis. We heard from Senator Ashley Moody earlier, and Senator Scott having the chance to ask some questions. So talking to Todd Lyons, let's go ahead and listen in.
So those are the cases that ICE is really concerned about. And if you don't want to hold an individual in custody longer than state time, by all means, ICE respects that. But please pick up the phone, give us the opportunity to come there and make that arrest.
So when they don't do it, is the community safer?
No, sir, it's not. And that prime example is one right there that they could have made the public safer.
So why do we have these? What's the rationale for these sanctuary cities? Can you guys tell me any reason you would have a sanctuary city where people say, I want the criminals to come to my city and I'm not gonna work with ICE to get them out of my community?
You know, unfortunately, sir, what we've seen so many times is, and again, coming from the civilian law enforcement side, when we hear about community policing, you always heard about the chilling effect of working with ICE. The problem is that backfires in these sanctuary jurisdictions because so many times we saw the criminal illegal aliens go back and offend and take advantage of the migrants that did come here for a good life. But yet they were told, if you cooperate with ICE, if you call 911, you're going to be deported, which is the farthest from the fact. If you look at what we've done with the help of CIS, with protecting victims of human smuggling, sex trafficking, with the U visas, T visas, things like that, that the goal of Sanctuary City backfires when it comes to protecting other migrants who are afraid to come forward.
How many times have you been asked about Lincoln Riley? You ever been asked about Lincoln Riley by a Democrat? How about Jocelyn Nunguri?
No, sir.
How about Rachel Marin?
No, sir.
How about any little girls that were raped? Ever?
No, sir.
No. You get asked about why you're not doing your job better.
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you listen to what's going on here, okay, the Democrats are mad because you're trying to protect the neighborhood, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. One thing I don't get is if you want to be a sanctuary city, why do you get any federal money? Especially any federal money to cooperate with law enforcement.
Well, sir, and that's one of the hard part for us. And again, the witness that was here earlier, both of us are career law enforcement. I respect his views and his career. But when it comes to issues like cooperation at the local state level, again, ICE does do that. But so many times, and I'll give you the example of Aurora, Colorado. We were going to serve a criminal warrant on an apartment complex of known TDA gang members that was full. We tried to work with the state and local government. They made notifications that the operations were ongoing. So when tactical teams arrived, protesters were already there and the apartment complex was empty. We've seen that time and time again. I've had it where I've made notifications. Again, I've had the privilege of having this job for almost 20 years and doing it at the enforcement level to notify a local police department, and then they would put that out in a tweet. ICE is going to be at L and 8th Street. So we reach a point that we want to cooperate. We want to be good partners. But how many times, again, can we beat Charlie Brown with the football and say, okay, this time you're going to work with us? And it doesn't happen. And if you don't want to work with us, and I respect the agencies that say they don't want to, that is great. But there's been time and time again, empirical evidence that we are impeded, our operations get leaked, and then we're put at home.
Thank you for what you do.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Scott, I wanted to start with you. Do you agree?
Senator Rick Scott wrapping up his remarks and his. Meanwhile, Melbourne police giving an update right now on the search for a fugitive in Melbourne. Let's go ahead and listen in.
There was an active arrest warrant for him. The officers engaged him at a local convenience store where he was taken into custody without incident. There was no additional charges. He was not committing any other crime other than him having the warrant that was requiring him to be taken into custody. The officers initiated their transport to Brevard County Jail to turn him over to their custody, and he began indicating that he was experiencing some medical issues that would have led them to believe the jail wouldn't have accepted him without the release of a medical examination. So they diverted their transport to Orlando Health at 250 North Wickham Road. And during the time of them trying to escort him from the vehicle to a wheelchair in order to take him into the emergency room for that medical clearance, he was able to slip the cuffs that he was in and push down one of the officers, batter another, and then flee on foot. He ran from the officers at that point. They gave chase. He ran into the wooded area to the south of the hospital, and they attempted to set up perimeters and try to lock down the area in an effort to catch him. Responding units from our agency, West Melbourne, Palm Bay, and the Sheriff's Office all responded to assist. The perimeter got pretty expansive. We utilized drones that we have and the other agencies have available. Brevard County Sheriff's Office helicopter responded, and canines from all of the agencies responded, to include bloodhounds from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. So we utilized every tool and resource we had available. The search was extensive, and it ran into the night, close to around midnight. Our officers ended up determining that they were not going to locate him. We broke down the perimeter. However, we do have officers that continue to be assigned to trying to track him down through investigative means or just physically doing surveillance in certain areas. They continued throughout the night and continue at this time. However, he is still absconded and out in the area.
Let me ask you this. First and foremost, how are the officers doing that were transporting him? Were they seriously injured? Were they able to
No, they're good. Physically, they're good. Obviously, this is not a situation anybody wants to have happen to them. So I know as harshly as we may be looking at their actions, I know both of them, they are equally or probably even more so thinking more harshly on their own, what happened here. The Monday morning quarterbacking is much harsher in their minds than it is ours.
At this point, do you believe that the suspect has made it a great distance? Do you think he's still in the woods with that perimeter that you set?
He likely made it out of the area by this point. I mean, we were searching for him for over 5 hours, almost 6 hours, actively with a perimeter and dogs on the ground and drones and all the tools. And then we continued to search the area and continued to try to seek out places we thought he might go, and we were not able to find him. And now it's been another 12 hours since then. So the likelihood he's still in that area is not high. He is local, and that's one of those situations. He had a warrant. There was no additional charges. He was local. So the fact that he felt so intensely that he didn't want to go back to jail that he did this, nothing surprises us anymore, but it's not typical.
And the warrant was for that driving without a license case last week, or is this a different matter?
It appeared the warrant was from a separate situation, and I believe it was actually tied to a previous burglary.
Was that the one back in 2019?
And that's what we're trying to figure out, because there are some things that happened through his history, and that wasn't quite clear at the time, and we're still working through some of that information, trying to determine. Obviously, now he has additional charges from our incident and has definitely escalated his issues.
And that was an armed burglary, correct?
I believe he actually stole a firearm during the burglary, so they charged him with an armed burglary in that.
Commander, you guys said that he is not a threat to the public at this time, that he's got a previous charge that seems pretty violent. He assaulted 2 police officers in order to get away. How can you say he's not a threat?
There's a danger, and then there's a threat. We do not have any indication that there's somebody out there that poses a danger at his hands through his intentions of ill will towards somebody. We believe the intention was to get away from the police officers and escape. Now, if a citizen confronts him, I can't say that he wouldn't harm them. And that's why we encourage, if you see this individual, call us, allow us to do that. Don't engage him. So therefore, I don't believe he's necessarily. We don't have any reason to believe he's going out to try to harm somebody. He was the actions were a result of his intent to leave the scene.
Does he have heavy ties to this area? Is this somebody that your department obviously?
He does have family members in the area and ties to the area. He's a 25-year-old male who has spent a great deal of his adult life in jail or prison. So as far as ties to the area, yes, he does have family that lives in the area. I don't have reason to believe he's suddenly going to leave the country or have those types of resources. So.
Are those family members, are y'all watching them?
What's that?
Those family members that you said he has ties to?
We have had contact with them. We immediately started going to these locations last night. We've had some cooperation from them as far as being able to search vehicles, search houses that we believed he might have been at, and so far we have not had any evidence that they have tried to harbor him or
Do you feel like something could have been done differently by officers to prevent this escape?
We will, as always, do a review of this situation, review the body cams, review camera footage from the hospital once we're able to receive it, and we will evaluate whether or not we could have done better in this situation. There's always room for improvement, but then as much as you train, as much as you believe you're in the best shape of your life, there's always going to be someone that's a little bit better. And unfortunately, that happens to us from time to time. In this situation, we will definitely be reviewing it to see if we can improve upon our training and improve upon things that our officers can do, recognize certain things a little bit better. But these were two officers that are generally senior officers that have a proven track record of being able to do a decent job. So,
can you elaborate on how he was able to slip the cuffs? I mean, was it something that he was complaining about that he needed to have that be looser or taken off to be put in the wheelchair?
Most people complain about their cuffs and the tightness, and so we tend to treat everybody very similarly. They train to put a certain amount of space, and they tend to take into consideration, hands. A male's hands, for instance. If you look, my wrists and my hands, there's a pretty significant difference. But if you look at a female's hands, they tend to be smaller in relation to their wrists, so there's a higher likelihood that they could slip those cuffs. But everybody's different. Some people have joints and knuckles that are double jointed, and they move in different directions, and things can be taken out of joints, and it just depends on how badly someone wants to, or how the physical nature of their bodies are built. Sometimes people can, take a thumb out of a socket and pull the cuff out. We don't know specifically what happened here, and I don't know that there'll ever be a medical evaluation on this individual to find out, but there are things that can be done. We utilize hinged cuffs because they're safer, more secure. Chains have an ability to break. We double lock our cuffs. There's, procedurally, now we'll go through and review to make sure all of these things had taken place, but we won't know for sure until we do those reviews.
You spoke about the medical issue that he was having that even got them to stop at this hospital. What exactly was his medical issue?
Well, I mean, it's as far as I'll be honest, I don't know the legalities of HIPAA and what I can explain there. All I can say is that what he was presenting would have created an issue once they got to the jail and they began the interview process with the intake. If he would have continued to repeat the things he was saying, they would have made us go back to another hospital. So, and that's a common thing. We do medical, these type of medical evaluations on the regular. So.
Drones, dogs, a helicopter last night, not able to find him. What's the status right now? Obviously still looking.
Yes. We are looking at, we're further expanding our knowledge of where he might go, those relations, what families, what friends, places that he may go to try to get away or hide, technology, investigative leads, anything that we can do. Obviously this, getting out in front, presenting the pictures, trying to, make our citizens aware in case he's still out and about and hasn't reached a location. As I said earlier, if you do see him, please contact the police department, whether it's us or wherever the jurisdiction of that is, and just keep an eye out and let us know. Don't try to engage with him because he has shown a propensity towards violence.
The photo was taken a few days ago. I believe you said the 8th. What was that in connection to, that arrest?
That one I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, but you did mention because of the lighting isn't the best, he does have extensive neck
Yes. The photo I sent does have some watermarks from BCSO, and it doesn't show. He currently does have that hairstyle or something kind of similar to that still, but in previous pictures he has shaved his head clean. So I would say that the most recognizable is his neck is pretty much completely tattooed. So that would be a pretty obvious characteristic.
And just to clarify, you don't believe he's dangerous to the community, but you do suggest that if people see him, don't go approach him.
Yeah, don't interact with him. Contact us and allow us the opportunity to take him into custody.
Sir, my apologies.
Yes.
Eric Jerry, warrant out for his arrest.
Yes.
What was the warrant for?
The original, it was for burglary.
Burglary.
Yes, ma'am.
And your folks.
So I'd be willing to stay after with you if we were able, because a lot of the stuff was already pre-discussed. If you're okay with that, not to waste everybody else's time.
Can I ask some questions I was curious about? I mean, what you guys.
We're not live anymore, so.
Okay, then that's fine. If you guys are good, I just didn't want to. I didn't want to waste anybody else's time. So.
Am I good,
Okay.
you guys, to keep talking over here?
We should be good. We're streaming if they want to dump out, they can.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem.
So you arrest him, and they handcuff him.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm just curious, do they cuff him this way?
Yes, generally he gets handcuffed in the back.
Okay. And then, but the report says he gets out of these handcuffs.
Yes. In this particular situation, one of the things we're reviewing is at some point he did complain of an injury of some form, and the officers, utilizing some discretion, handcuffed him in the front. So his handcuffs did get placed in the front at one point.
So he was complaining about an issue prior
Yes.
to the handcuffs?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. And I just did hear you say something about, you can't talk much about, what was he complaining about? Did you say it was something that would not make him able to relay what was going on?
What?
Not be able to relay information to them?
No, he was speaking and talking to the officers. As far as specific medical issues that he was talking about or discussing, I don't know that I'm at liberty to tell you that for reasons of HIPAA, and I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure where we go there and whether or not it's pertinent to your need to know in that particular situation. So I'm erring on side of his privacy with that.
That makes sense. So they're taking him out of the car. Does he get out of his handcuffs, or does he maneuver his body in some way?
No, as they were assisting him from the vehicle to a wheelchair, he slipped from the cuffs and he pushed one of the officers down. And then another officer attempted to take him to the ground, and he battered that officer and was able to break free from both and run from the scene.
So when you said he slipped out of the cuffs, he literally, one of his...
He managed to get the cuffs off of him, yes.
Slip it through his wrist,
Yes.
one of them? And I did hear you say that sometimes you have them, you don't want to make them too tight where they're uncomfortable. I mean...
we generally have, in training, we place them in with an amount of space in between, because generally there's a space between the two bones here, and you don't want to compress on those bones, but you don't want them to be too loose. The handcuff will maneuver around those two bones.
When he attacked the officer, sir, I mean, how did he attack them? You said he pushed one down, or?
Yeah, he pushed one down. The other attempted to take him to the ground, and at that point, they had a bit of a struggle between them, and then he was able to break free and then run from the two officers.
And you said your officers were veterans, and they were... Do you feel like they did anything that...
As I mentioned earlier, we're going to do a review of the situation to determine whether or not there were policies broken or whether or not the officers did anything wrong. However, that's going to happen over the course of the day and into the next few days, and then we'll determine whether or not we need to do retraining or assist our officers improve their skill sets.
And this man had been in prison before.
Correct.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but could it be he been there before and he was a man who didn't want to go back?
Well, it's pretty obvious he didn't want to go back, ma'am.
And you know that because?
Because he battered our officers and ran from him, or them. Yes.
How much of a mistake is that on his part?
What do you mean?
In terms of, if he had just gone in and complied, his life would be a lot easier.
Absolutely.
And now, what's happening now?
Now he's looking at much more significant charges and probably some significant prison time.
You've got 4 agencies looking for him, dogs, helicopters. Where could he be?
He is local, so he does know the area. He very likely could have gotten out of the area and gotten to a place where he is comfortable and able to seek refuge.
And I just did hear that you don't think he's dangerous?
Well, the question was, is he a threat or is he dangerous? We have no reason to believe that he's an immediate threat to any individuals that don't try to interact with him. We don't have any information that believes he's going out to harm a specific person. He utilized violence towards our officers to try to get away from them, but we don't necessarily believe he's going out on a spree to harm people. And that's why I mentioned earlier, if someone does observe him, and my recommendation is call the police. Don't try to interact with him.
You gotta get, okay. Sorry. I was going to say, I think you could pick Mike up. If you had a message for him.
Well, obviously, we would very much like him to turn himself in. It's taking away resources from our agency and from the other agencies to continue to search for him. It's obviously creating fear in our community where people are now, concerned for their welfare. And the longer that he's out and about, the continuation of that fear. So obviously the best thing he could do is turn himself in and be responsible for what his actions and what he's done. That's absolutely the best thing that could happen out of this.
One more question, sir. Is he armed? Do you know anything?
He was not armed at the time he was taken into custody. So he was taken into custody for the warrant. He was not armed and he did not commit any additional crimes. He was simply being taken into custody for the warrant and was going to be transferred over to the Brevard County Jail.
Big mistake on his part?
A significant mistake, yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Do you feel like there's anything else that you feel like should be said or need to say?
Not at this time.
I just had the warrant that he was wanted for was back into the 2019 charges?
Well, there was a warrant that just came about. Literally, he was, based on what we were looking into, and that's where we're trying to filter through that, because it's not always easy to read from our perspective when it comes through the system and when we're doing this research. So we're conducting more, we're looking into that more. But he had a 2019 case that involved the burglary that everybody has talked about. He did some prison time for that, from what I understand. He was arrested again on the 8th and then was released, and then on the 10th, this warrant came out. And this warrant is not related to what happened on the 8th. So we're still trying to review whether or not there was some form of a violation of probation from that 2019 case, which is possible, because if he got arrested on the 8th and then a probationary officer recognized that and then sought the warrant to violate him on that, then that would make sense that the 10th they would drop that warrant. So that timeline makes sense. It's just we have to verify those things.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Commander Sean Ising with the Melbourne Police Department wrapping up that news conference there where he was talking about that suspect who escaped from custody was able to get out of handcuffs as they were transferring him into a wheelchair after he complained of needing some medical attention while he was being taken into custody. They believe that he likely may be out of the area right now, that he is not in the vicinity of where he escaped from, which was around Orlando Health Melbourne yesterday. So the search for him continues. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
We have ignition, 2, 1. And liftoff of United Launch Alliance SF-87.
An early launch this morning from Florida Space Coast. ULA Vulcan rocket taken off. There was an issue that happened this morning. You saw some of the sparks that seemed to be coming out of that rocket that was going up carrying cargo for the U.S. Space Force. So we are joined now by Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology, one of our space experts who often joins us here. Dr. Platt, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
So just to walk us through what we saw and what was happening as we saw some of those sparks that were flying shortly after liftoff.
Sure. So on this particular rocket, they mount some solid rocket motors around the outside of the rocket. And in this case here, the nozzle on one of those rockets actually started to disintegrate. And so a hole was punched in it. From the hot gas coming from the engine itself, and so it was kind of sparking through then the nozzle in what they call a burn through, and so basically the nozzle was losing its structural integrity, unfortunately, as it was flying through the air.
How big of a problem is that?
Well, it's really amazing that this Vulcan rocket seems to be very robust and can handle this type of problem, because unfortunately this isn't the first time they've had something like this happen. For most rockets, that would be a real significant problem when you're losing a nozzle like that. But this rocket here is robust enough that they were still able to get these satellites into orbit, and it appears to be successfully.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because they were still able to continue with that. Didn't appear to be a major issue. What does that tell you about this?
Well, there's definitely some robustness in the design. Now, of course, this Vulcan rocket is a pretty new rocket. It's meant to eventually replace the famous Atlas V that's launched from the Space Coast for decades now. But this rocket here is sort of a new generation rocket that eventually will take over for the old Atlas.
And as you mentioned, there have been some previous issues. Are they similar? How similar? How different are we talking here?
Well, initial views of this, it looks like it's pretty much exactly the same problem that they had on one of the earlier missions, where the nozzle, essentially in that case, broke off the solid rocket motor. In this case, it appears that there was maybe a little less damage to the nozzle, but still that nozzle was not functioning properly then.
Why would something like that be a recurring issue, do you think? Why would it be something that might be tricky for them to be able to solve so that it doesn't continue to happen?
Well, these solid rocket motors on the Vulcan are actually a new generation solid rocket motor that basically is higher performing. It produces more thrust than the earlier versions of a similar rocket nozzle. And so, of course, with higher thrust, you have more forces on these nozzles, and they're also trying to limit the weight. There's discussion that this rocket is only 10% more heavy than the last version of this particular solid rocket motor, but yet produces 20% more thrust. So they're really kind of pushing the margins here, and it appears that they still have maybe some manufacturing problems that they have to face to sort through some of the issues they're having with this new nozzle.
You talked about how robust the craft is for it not to have become a major, a bigger issue than it was. Did that surprise you that it didn't become a bigger problem?
Well, certainly the first time this all happened, back with the first Vulcan that had a problem, was extremely surprising to, I think, everybody. I guess if they demonstrated that capability on the first flight, it could do it again, but I don't think this is something they want to make a regular occurrence.
Yeah, so where do they go from here? What do you think they'll be really kind of looking at and zeroing in on to fix this?
Well, video is always an important clue to understanding why it happened, and so they'll be looking at some of the video that we have, and they probably have other video that we haven't even gotten access to that they can look at for this launch and analyze sort of where exactly on the nozzle the issues started, and then they can go back to their manufacturing process. They can look at the nozzles that they've built for upcoming flights, analyze it. They may even have to do some test firings on the ground of those some of those rockets and verify then what the problem is. Probably a little bit of an analysis and then some review and then maybe even a test or two here on the ground to kind of hopefully get rid of this problem.
You talked about kind of what the plans are for this. Just talk to us about why it is important, what the next steps for it are, and why this is a something that kind of the role that it plays in upcoming missions.
Sure, yeah. Well, they put these solid rocket motors around the outside of the first stage, essentially outside of the regular rocket fuselage to add additional thrust. So they need that thrust here as they're lifting off the ground because, of course, there's high gravity and then there's also quite a bit of air drag when we're here in the lower part of the atmosphere. So they need sort of a additional boost to get up to the altitude they need to really start accelerating. And so these rockets are very important to allow them to have the complete payload that they need to launch, in this case, some Space Force satellites. And so in order to get those into the proper orbit, then they have to have these types of additional thrust solid rocket motors around the outside of the vehicle.
So what's the main takeaway from what we saw today?
Well, I think there's a couple. First, of course, the Vulcan rocket itself, as we said, is pretty robust and can still deliver a payload. There's definitely more work to be done by ULA to understand what's happening with these solid rocket motors. It's not like these types of motors have been used for decades now. Like I say, this is a new design. It sort of, though, really should only be, if you will, an incremental improvement. And then I guess maybe the other thing that we can think about is this is, in one way, one of the problems you have when you're not reusing the entire vehicle. You don't get it back to look at it and see what went wrong and fix it for the future.
Are you confident that this is something they'll be able to fix now?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really a sort of a manufacturing design issue that they have. And so either way, they may have to beef up the nozzle. That might take a little bit of that mass margin that they were touting as so important for this new type of solid rocket motor. But yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll probably have to beef it up, though, like I say, and that'll make it a little heavier than they had hoped it would be.
Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Always good talking with you. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Gerald Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to take you inside a committee meeting earlier today in Tallahassee, where we heard from State Senator LaVon Bracy Davis, a Democrat from Orlando, and also several descendants of the Groveland Four. If you're not familiar with the Groveland Four, it was a group of four people: Charles Greenlee, Walter Irvin, Samuel Shepard, Ernest Thomas. They were four black teenagers who were wrongfully accused of raping a white woman back in 1949. This went on for years. One of them was chased down by an angry mob. Two of them were sentenced, faced death sentences. One of them faced a life sentence. It took years before they were exonerated and eventually cleared. The legislature previously issued a formal apology. Governor Ron DeSantis issued them posthumous pardons, and the courts fully vacated their convictions and fully exonerated them. Today, the state legislature took a step toward compensating their surviving family members. In a bill that was discussed today, it's Senate Bill 694, it would give $4 million to be split into four shares, $1 million for descendants of each of those four men who were wrongfully accused. I want to play for you some of that debate in committee earlier today. You're going to hear from Senator LaVon Bracy Davis. You're also going to hear from several descendants of the Groveland Four speaking in this committee room in Tallahassee earlier today.
I am so very grateful for the opportunity to present Senate Bill 694. This bill is about justice, not merely remembered as history, but carried forward as responsibility. On July 16th, 1949, a 17-year-old white woman alleged she had been raped by four black men outside of Groveland in Lake County, Florida. Despite the lack of physical evidence and the corroborated alibis, Charles Greenlee, Walter Irvin, Samuel Shepard, and Ernest Thomas were presumed guilty from the start. Charles Greenlee, just 16 years old, Samuel Shepard and Walter Irvin were beaten. Confessions were coerced. Ernest Thomas was hunted down by a mob of 1,000 men and shot more than 400 times. The other three men were convicted. Even after the United States Supreme Court overturned two of those convictions, violence followed. Samuel Shepard and Walter Irvin were both shot by the elected Sheriff Willis McCall while handcuffed and in custody. Walter Irvin survived only by pretending to be dead beside the body of Samuel Shepard. All of this happened because of a lie. For decades, their families carried the weight of wrongful convictions, wrongful incarceration, and wrongful death. Florida has since acknowledged the truth. In 2017, the legislature issued a formal apology via resolution. In 2019, Governor DeSantis granted full posthumous pardons. And in 2021, the courts vacated the convictions, fully exonerating the Groveland Four. SB 694 represents the final step. This bill provides compensation to the next of kin of the Groveland Four, consistent with the state's own findings of innocence. It fulfills an obligation that the state has already recognized to redress the loss of life and the violation of civil rights these men and their families endured. Let me say this: no amount of money can restore a life taken, a future stolen, a family shattered. But compensation is the remedy the law provides, and it is the remedy the state owes. That is the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bracy Davis, having presented the bill, are there questions on the bill? We do have one amendment. Senators, we would take up bar code 634360, which is timely filed by Senator Bracy Davis. You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment adds a $4 million appropriation to this bill, bringing a long overdue compensation to the descendants of the Groveland Four, dividing the funds equally so that each family receives 25% of the share. The amendment also updates the designation of Mr. Ernest Thomas' family. With the recent passing of his wife, Ruby Lee, it names his daughter, Gladys Rollison, as the recipient of the family's share. That is the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bracy Davis, having explained the amendment, are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, I don't think we have appearance cards on the amendment. Is there debate on the amendment? Senator Bracy Davis, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Waive close,
Having
Mr. Chair.
waived close, is there objection? Those in favor of the amendment, please say yay. Yay. Those opposed, show the amendment is adopted. We are now back on the bill as amended. Are there questions on the bill as amended? We do have some appearance cards. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Busan. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Angelia McKinnon, speaking for. And on deck would be Eddie Irvin, Jr.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're recognized.
I'm Angelia Irving McKinnon. I'm Walter Lee Irvin's niece. My father is his brother. He is the only living sibling. I stand today on behalf of all the families, and I would like to just briefly state a few things that I would like for you to keep in mind. Senator Bracy have already gave you the overview of what this is all about. So I respectfully stand here today to just say to you that this bill is very important. I have a father who would be 90 years old in just a couple of weeks, and he's hanging on. He's suffering with a heart condition. And I'm standing today mainly for my father, who has had a childhood that no one would ever want to experience. I want you to imagine an old man who is sitting in his rocker right now, praying that he will live to see that this bill is passed. A man who had to run as a child, who had to hide as a child. A man who raised his 6 children, me being the eldest, to love all races. He ensured that all of our friends was of all different ethnicities, because he wanted us to hold no hatred in our hearts. He saw that we were educated. He made sure that we would never have to experience what he's had to experience. I stand to say that not only my family and not only my father, but all the families have experienced some type of tragedy from this. Imagine it being yourselves. Imagine it being your child, your mother, your father, who has waited over 70 years to get justice. I want you to visualize that. What would it have been like if it was your child? What would it have been like if it was your father, your mother, your siblings? And you're still fighting 70 years and plus over. So I say to you respectfully, please consider the devastation that these families, my family, has had to endure. My prayer today is that even when I leave here, I pray that my father is still yet alive, awaiting justice. Thank you.
Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Eddie Irvin, Jr. And on deck will be Jacqueline Steele.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eddie Lee Urban, Jr. I want to thank Senator Bracer for bringing this forward in front of you guys. And I really don't have much to say. She said it all. But just give you some insight at what we went through as a family. It's just tore our family apart, but it also made us better. Speaking on my sibling, just like she said, my dad said that if we didn't do nothing else, he wanted us to finish high school. 5 kids, 3 of them finished college. I wasn't one of them, but I went on and became successful in life anyway. And you have to imagine, like she said, could you imagine being a kid? I can remember being a kid traveling from Miami at the age of 4, riding to Florida State Prison, sitting on my uncle's lap and hearing this story, what had happened. I got it firsthand. Some people have to read the books, and all the books out there ain't accurate. I would tell you, if one of these 4 families didn't write that book, they the only one gonna know the real story, because we have lived it. And my parents sent me from Miami to Groveland and told us that we couldn't get in no trouble because our last name. As a kid, you can't understand that. But I learned later in life what they were talking about. I work for you guys. I work for the state. I was in law enforcement. And I came to realize when I first started, they would say, "Are you some kid in this guy?" Because you know, February, Black History Month. So every time the newspaper rolled around 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody, yeah, that's my uncle. Well, I'm proud to say that I made a difference. I went up through the rank as captain, and I made sure there was not going to be no unnecessary use of force on my watch. And I treated people like I wanted to be treated. I was fair with staff and anybody that I came across. My dad kids we all in law enforcement, not just his kids, some of my cousins, we all got in law enforcement, school teachers and all. But I think it was because of what we endured, trying to make ourselves better, trying to put ourselves in a position so we can help someone. My family hurting, I'm hurting. I was hurting just listening to her talk. I'm glad to see, as my sister said, I just want one of my dad. All the rest of his siblings is gone. Someone to see justice done. We've been waiting this a long time, long fight. Not just for our family. That's the Greenleaf, that's the Shepherd, that's the Thomas family. We all family. Whether y'all know it or not, we communicate. Because we had to come together. We just like closest kin that you can come. This was a tragic thing. No one should have to endure what we went through. And I just pray that this committee just take all that in. And God bless.
Thank you very much. Jacqueline Steele. On deck is Kiara Nixon. Hope I said that right.
Good morning, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Jacqueline Steele, and I'm here with Equal Ground in strong support of Senate Bill 694, compensation for the families of the Groveland Four. I think it's very important to continue to say their names, so I will say their names again. Ernest Thomas, Samuel Shepard, Walter Irvin, and for more effect, 16-year-old Charles Greenlee. They were falsely accused, they were tortured, and they were convicted. But we've systematically been making it right. We acknowledged the truth in 2019. They were unanimously pardoned. And then in 2021, a court exonerated them. So this is no longer opinion, it's legal fact now. Senate Bill 694 is a necessary step. Pardons and exoneration are acknowledgement. Compensation is the repair. It's also standard practice nationwide for wrongful convictions, and it's long overdue. Let me tell you how long. 75 years of trauma, stigma, and we just heard the family talk about the harm that they've had to endure. So this is exactly why Senate Bill 694 matters. Restorative justice requires more than just symbolic closure. But I want to commend the Senate, and I want to commend Senator Bracy Davis for this significant bipartisan sponsorship. And this is what Florida needs more of. Broad agreement when things are right. And today, we all have the opportunity, as you all get to vote today, to make it right. So it has advanced with unanimous committee votes. Communities like Groveland and Lake County have taken steps to apologize and heal. So now it's time for us to continue that. So I respectfully ask for a on Senate Bill 694. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Karen Nixon. On deck is Beatrice Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Kiera Nixon, the Legislative Associate with Equal Ground. And again, we're here in support of Senate Bill 694. In 1949, 4 young Black men were terrorized, murdered, and honestly in prison, not because of something that they did, but honestly because of their skin color and the time and place that they were in. We don't heal history by minimizing it. We heal history by telling the truth, even when it makes others uncomfortable. This body can stand on the right side of justice by providing real, tangible resources to the families of the Groveland Four. We make this moment extraordinary by celebrating the 100th anniversary of Black History Month by making history, giving compensation to these families. You all can stand on the right side of justice. It already has bipartisan support. So we ask you again to please support Senate Bill 694. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Beatrice Spencer. And on deck is Trinette Ballard.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm here with Equal Grounds to fight for 4 people that are unable to fight for themselves. First of all, they were officially exonerated. The brutality of their deaths and the one survival should bring tears to all of us. I am asking that 694 passes unanimously and these families are restored. I'm also asking that you will think about how important this bill is to the families and give them justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ballard. On deck is Ricardo Jackson. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Trinette Ballard with Equal Ground, and I ask that you support Senate Bill 694. The free state of Florida was not so free for these 4 young men. They did not deserve what they experienced, and neither did their families or generations of families. I have a 13, soon-to-be 14-year-old son, and I cannot imagine what something like this would do to our family. The struggle wasn't just the Groveland Four struggle. Their loved ones have been left to pick up the pieces and try to bring dignity and strength back to their families. Let's vindicate the state of Florida and pay these families. Although no amount of money will reverse this, it will signify the very end of this tragic chapter in Florida's history. Let's close the book. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ricardo Jackson. And on deck is Linda Wiggins.
Good morning.
My name is Ricardo Jackson, and I'm 73 years old. And I've heard from the audience and those who have testified this morning that it took over 70 years in order for those 4 gentlemen to get pardoned, and another 2 years to get exonerated. So let's think about the family for a minute. You've heard testimony from several of the family members. They've been hurt, disappointed, in some areas disgraced, and they've lost loved ones. So it's time now for us to continue the process of justice and provide them with this bill, which is only a partial payment for what they have endured. I support Bill 694, and I hope you will too. May God bless you and keep you, is my prayer.
Thank you very much. Nick Carey, Linda Wiggins. Go ahead. Nick is on deck.
Thank you. I've been crying since I heard her speak. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Wiggins, and I'm with Faith in Florida. Recently, I read an article saying that the daughter of one of the Groveland Four, Carol Greenlee, said that despite the pardon from the state and the monument dedicated in honor of the Groveland Four, the families were still waiting for full justice. And while many have acknowledged already that the pardons and later exonerations constitute some form of justice, it is not full justice. Reading about the brutality that these young men ages 16 to 22 had to endure and the depth of the vicious lies that were told about them simply because of the color of their skin, the same color of my skin, hurts my heart. I cannot imagine what these families are going through. None of us can imagine what they're going through. So today I'm here to ask you all to please look deeply within your hearts and bring these families one step closer to receiving that full justice that they so rightly deserve. These men didn't just lose their lives and their livelihoods. They were deprived of their civil rights, their constitutional rights, and they were purposely stripped of every ounce of their humanity. And we need to think about that for a moment. Their families have had to live with these facts for over 70 years without full restitution being provided to them. So please, we ask that you pass Senate Bill 694 to help heal those wounds that we can see visibly in the family members. They've had to live with this their whole lives. I just read about it in the paper 3 weeks ago. Their whole lives. Please, please pass Senate Bill 694. Thank you.
Nick Carey, and on deck is Dr. LaVon Bracey.
A lot of public comment there. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Let me give you a live look at the White House right now, where coming up in about 20 minutes or so, we expect an announcement from President Donald Trump. He's going to be joined by Lee Zeldin, the administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA. They're going to be making some sort of announcement. Not exactly sure what all that might entail, but we will stay tuned for that, and we will bring that to you live when it does begin. They are going to be making that announcement from the Roosevelt Room of the White House, so we are monitoring that. Right now, though, we are still standing by for that, and I want to get you back to Tallahassee, as we heard some more public comment from a number of folks speaking about the bill to compensate the descendants of the Groveland Four, a case out of Lake County from 1949. And you heard the emotional stories from some of the descendants talking about the impact, and from others as well, with some advocacy organizations. I want to play for you a little bit more of that here this afternoon on Fox 35 News Plus.
Hello, my name is Nick Carey. I'm from St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm a constituent of Senator DeSegli. Just wanted to thank both the senator and the leadership of this committee for adopting the amendment and for even hearing this bill. You didn't have to do that, and you did it. Truthfully, I wasn't going to speak because I never learned about the Groveland Four when I was in school. The first time I learned about the Groveland Four was yesterday when I met with Senator Bracey Davis. And so I didn't really feel qualified to speak on this, but when I woke up this morning, it was weighing on my heart. My parents taught me a bunch of things when I was growing up, but two main things that I always remember and have made me the man that I am today are to treat others how you want to be treated, and that actions speak louder than words. And so the state of Florida has meaningfully taken steps to acknowledge a wrong was done, to apologize. That's a great first step. But I think what's important now is that our actions speak louder than our words. We'll never be able to bring back the victims, the people, for the family members who lost their loved ones. But we can take a small step in doing what's right for them and speaking with our actions by compensating them. So I urge you to vote yes on SB 694. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bracey.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is LaVon Wright Bracey. I come before you not as a mother of a senator, but as a witness. I grew up in segregated Florida and came of age during integration. I was the first African-American student to integrate a Alachua County school system and graduate from Gainesville High School. That experience taught me early that justice is not always loud or lawless. Sometimes it is orderly, sanctioned, and enforced by institutions that claim impartiality. I learned what it means to enter systems that were built not for me, that did not have me in mind, to be measured by different standards and persist anyway. So when I speak about injustice, I'm not speaking on theory. I'm speaking on lived experience. This is why the tragic story of Groveland Four has always been about more than 4 men. It's about systems that fail to value Black lives equally, and about families who have carried consequences for failure for generations. This legislature has already taken important steps to acknowledge that injustice. Today's bill asks for the final step. Committee, let me be clear. Compensation is not charity. It's accountability. It is the state of Florida recognizing when government causes harm, justice requires more than words. It requires action. And let me be clear about why I am here today. I know many of you think that I'm here because I am the supporting mother of Senator Bracey Davis. This is not why I am here. I am here because the late Geraldine Thompson was my best friend. I was her maid of honor at her wedding more than 50 years ago. She also stood at my wedding. We walked through life together as women, as educators, and as advocates for justice. For years, she worked to ensure that the Groveland Four were not forgotten. She believed that her work was not finished. I was with Senator Thompson when she took her last breath. And at that sacred moment, I made a promise that I would do my part. This bill is a continuation and the completion of that work. So today, committee, I'm here doing my part. Tomorrow, Geraldine Thompson would have been dead for 1 year. So today, I ask you, I beg this body to finish what justice demands. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much for coming and your comments. Marlo Jones.
Some powerful testimony there from Dr. LaVon Bracey, who, as you heard, the mother of Senator LaVon Bracey Davis, who brought this legislation forward, also a close friend of Geraldine Thompson, the pioneering lawmaker who held the seat that Senator LaVon Bracey Davis does now before she passed away, coming up on the 1-year anniversary of Senator Thompson's death, as well as we heard Senator Bracey Davis refer to in some of her remarks. Now that hearing, or that bill, did move forward. It was reported favorably out of committee today, and so will continue to advance. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Continuing to monitor the White House, waiting for an event coming up around 1:30 or so from the Roosevelt Room, where President Trump is going to be joined by the EPA administrator to make some sort of announcement. We will see what that is, and we will find out together as we bring that to you live when that does begin. It was a tough loss last night for the Orlando Magic, who just couldn't get it done last night in a rematch against the Milwaukee Bucks, playing them for the second time in a week as we now head into the All-Star break. It was a 116-108 loss. The Bucks still without their star forward Giannis, but the Magic just couldn't get it done. It was a rough shooting night for Franz and Paolo too. Desmond Bane led the way with 31 points though. We did hear after the game from Coach Mosley, Jalen Suggs, and Desmond Bane as well, talking about, hold on here, it looks like I'm going to have to pull the video clip back in, but we did hear from them after the game, talking about what went wrong and how they can correct that moving forward.
Coach, through your lens, what did you see as the reasons your group came up short tonight?
You know, I had to go look back at the film, but you got to give Milwaukee a ton of credit for the way they came out and played. I think they set the tone physically in a lot of ways for the game. And so us being able to withstand that physical hits and the offensive rebounds, it was the timely things in those situations within this game. But having to go back and look at the film and see exactly what they did. But again, give them a ton of credit for how they came out. Again, it's hard to beat a team twice, especially when they make that type of adjustment. They went big. Again, and you know, we got to continue to be better and grow from this and learn from this.
What did you think of the way your team defended tonight? I know you had to look at the film, but just what sense did you gather on the defensive end?
I mean, for the most part, I think, you know, that third quarter, you know, we gave up 36, second quarter 32. I think the offensive rebounds was a big portion of it, and they were timely more than anything. You know, I think there was a time we were in the bonus and we fouled twice, got them on the free throw line to give them the advantage. Those are possessions that you can't get back. So I think us understanding the bonus time, putting guys on the free throw line at the wrong time, and then us valuing the ball on the other end.
So you spoke about the physicality. What were they doing to kind of keep you out of the paint? You know, it seemed like you guys were getting kind of paint touches to create some of those three-point looks. But what did they do to keep you from scoring in the lane?
We just got to finish. I think a lot of times you just got to finish down there. I think they did a great job of packing the paint, shrinking the floor. We made the right play for guys in the kick-out shots. And you know, Des hits 8 of them. We get some great looks at it. You got to knock those down. But again, our ability to finish at that rim is going to be key and important as teams continue to either pack the paint or they give you the lane to get downhill.
What did you see from Paolo tonight? Went 5 for 16 from the field.
Yeah, I think, you know, he sees a crowd every time he touches the paint, touches the basketball. I mean, we get the switch on the block out of the timeout. He makes the right play, gives Desmond the knockdown 3. I think his aggression getting to the basket was what we needed it to be. I think those things for him are just continue to be huge, just being aggressive, getting downhill. He creates such a problem when he's on the floor for guys loading up to him and seeing bodies the entire night. That's how that paint ends up packed in, because their bodies watching him all night long.
After Desmond got those relatively quick 20 points, did the Bucks change their approach to defending him at all?
Yeah, they went to a top lock, not trying to get him easy catches and easy touches. That's why it was easy to, you know, go off of pick and rolls with P, get him the touches. So then they double team. You put him in rotation, being able to find the easy pass to get him open as they left him at times. But again, you got to give that group, the Bucks, a ton of credit, and Doc what he's done with guys being in and out. I think that was a great job by them tonight.
Coach, 3 of the last 4 games, Jalen has logged 10-plus assists. What can be said about his impact as a distributor, and how do you hope he continues to utilize that after the All-Star break?
Yeah, that's what we're going to need him to continue to do. Be that facilitator, that playmaker, getting guys involved. Defensively, what we've asked him to do, turning up the heat, disrupting guards. But again, his ability to get teammates open, his speed, his vision, those are going to be very important for us as we continue to down the stretch.
I think you mentioned they went big earlier. Did you ever consider going to Goga or Jonathan throughout the night?
You look at a lot of things within this game. I think there's options that you can look at, but our pace in the past couple games with having the one big out there has been the advantage. That was the advantage in the last game, and it was the advantage early on in this game right now. But our ability to finish in transition after you get the stops has got to be key for us.
Mo back, it impacts the rotation a little bit for the center position, but what does Goga need to do to get back in the rotation after the All-Star break?
I mean, you got to think about it. Our March is looking very busy. You know, we got to come out, and we have basically 17 games in 31 days. We got 3-4 back-to-back, so guys are going to stay ready. Those guys are going to play 48 minutes a night, so we've got to understand that whoever's number is called, when it's called, they've got to be ready, and I know those guys have always kept themselves ready, and they will be on the back end.
Jamal, what do you think of, what's your assessment of Franz's night tonight, 20 minutes? And how do you think he did on the floor tonight?
Yeah, I think it's for a guy that's coming back off of injury, you know, missing so many games and trying to find that rhythm. I think that's a big key of what we're going to continue to see. You know, I think the break is good for all of us to be able to reset, get our minds in the right space, and then get our physical bodies right. I think that's a big key for this group as well.
You just mentioned the break. Just what do you want your guys to do over the next week?
Yeah, I mean, obviously get their bodies right, the rest that's needed for a couple days, and then, you know, make sure you're getting your conditioning in, make sure you're getting some shots up, just moving a little bit. But again, be ready for the back end of the season that turns into basically a sprint. And just understand we just, you know, got 3 out of 4 games. We would have loved to get tonight, but our ability to sit down, reset, rest our bodies, rest our minds, and then come out ready to go on the back end of it.
Kind of on that, you know, obviously Franz is still working his way back, but it's always felt like...
That was head coach Jamal Mosley talking about where things stand right now. We are still standing by, waiting an announcement from President Trump here shortly. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are still standing by waiting for President Trump to begin his announcement. You see the poster beside the podium inside the Roosevelt Room saying largest deregulation in U.S. history. We're not exactly sure what that points to, but we will learn shortly when the president is joined by the EPA administrator and they begin discussing and making that announcement. Scheduled for 1:30. We know these things often run behind, so we will bring that to you live when it does begin. Now, earlier today on Good Day Orlando, we heard from Congresswoman Kat Cammack, who joined Good Day Orlando to talk about a couple of different things. She, of course, is a Republican Congresswoman from Central Florida here, and she talked about a federal disaster declaration, whether that could help, and also talking about the importance of the USDA stepping in right now. Here's what she had to say in that interview on GDO earlier today.
So many of these local farmers, Congresswoman, that were just devastated by that cold. They did everything in their power to try to save those crops, and it just didn't work.
No, it's been absolutely heartbreaking. You know, on Friday, I will be up and down the state meeting with producers, our farmers and ranchers, talking about how this is going to impact them moving forward. In many cases, the damage has been more devastating than some of the Cat 3, 4, and 5 hurricanes that we've sustained over the years. And to your point, you know, we had producers that spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to protect their crops from this freeze. And it wasn't just a one-time thing. There were several days of these temperatures that really did tremendous damage to root systems, which means total loss in some cases for our producers. And let us not forget that Florida, in these winter months, we feed about 193 million Americans. And so that's why we're working with the administration to get some relief immediately so that folks can get back on their feet.
Congresswoman, talk to me a little bit about some of the conversations you've already had with some of these producers and growers. And we talked specifically about strawberries, blueberries. How about oranges? And obviously, as you mentioned, you know, we feed a lot of people in this country with the fruit that we grow here.
Yeah, you know, citrus in Florida has kind of been on life support, for lack of a better term. If you look at 2021, you know, we were on this really strong downward slide. But go back to 2000, 2001, we were producing about 250 million boxes a year of citrus. Today, this year, we're expecting 12 million. That's just simply not sustainable. So then to take this massive freeze, that is really, really damaging. You mentioned blueberries, massive freeze there, huge loss, almost 100% loss. And when we talk about the damage to the root system, that means you have to replace the entire bush itself. So that means you're looking at a 3 to 5 year until that plant is productive. And so that is a huge process to replace not just the plant itself, but the irrigation systems that were damaged. We're currently in a drought in Florida. Not a lot of folks know that. And so when we're talking about how do we get the results and the relief to these folks, it's about infrastructure and it's about the long-term survival of these industries that employ so many and sustain so many in our home state of Florida.
It is heartbreaking to see some of those impacts from the freeze and just what we are dealing with right now because of it. So shifting gears here, we are following up now on the manhunt that's underway in Melbourne after a suspect escaped custody. And yesterday, after saying he needed some medical attention as he was being taken in to jail, we brought you that news conference earlier today. From Melbourne, as we heard some of the details of that. I want to bring in Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie, who joins us live now via Zoom. And Hannah, I know you were at that news conference just a little bit ago. What did we learn about this search and where things stand right now?
Hey, Garrett. Well, unfortunately, I thought I was going to be able to tell you he's in custody. But no, this is hours later, and this man is still on the run here in the Melbourne area. It's important to note that police officers do believe he is still in the area. They say he's well connected here, has family, has friends here. So this all started yesterday when he was arrested. He was picked up by Melbourne police on a warrant. That warrant was related to a 2019 armed burglary charge. And that charge he actually served 6 years in prison for. So he was convicted of that armed burglary, served his time, and was released in November 2025. So this new arrest warrant came out, and he was arrested for that, stemming from this initial 2019 incident. He was picked up without incident. He was put into the back of the police cruiser, but on the way to jail, According to Melbourne police, he started complaining of having medical issues. So the two arresting officers diverted. They took him where we are right now, Orlando Health, off of Wickham Road. And as those officers were trying to get him out of the patrol car and into a wheelchair, Garrett, they say this suspect, Eric Jerry, slipped out of his handcuffs, assaulted both of the officers, and took off running. And he ran straight across the street into a very densely wooded area and took off. They brought out drones. They brought out police dogs. They brought out the Brevard County Sheriff's helicopter. They searched for around 6 hours last night and still have not found this suspect, Eric Jerry.
Hannah, how would he have been able to get out of those handcuffs?
Okay, so that's exactly the question that I asked police today here at the press conference. And I was honestly, Garrett, expecting them to say, oh, we don't know, we're looking into it. But, the commander actually went into detail and he said, we have a certain pressure that we apply on the handcuffs, but depending on the person, you can kind of contort your hands in different ways. Some people are able to, slip their thumbs. And he said, it's happened before. So he's kind of thinking that may be the case with this situation. This man may have been able to contort his hand just in this certain way that he was able to just get that cuff right off of his hand, assault the officers, and book it into the woods.
Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie, we appreciate you joining us, bringing us the latest on that search out of Brevard County.
Garrett, before you let me go, I want to let you know, officers said he is not a danger to the public at this time, but if the public do see him, do not confront him, don't go up to him, because there's no telling what he could do at that point if he's feeling threatened. Clearly, he does not want to head back to jail or prison. He's already served 6 years, so he's doing whatever he can to avoid going back behind bars. So if you do see him in the area or where he's at, that doesn't mean he can't become violent. So the best thing to do is contact law enforcement immediately so they can get over to where he may be.
All right, good things to keep in mind. Hannah, thank you. I want to get you live now to the White House, where President Trump has walked out to the podium and making an announcement with the EPA administrator right now. They're calling this the largest deregulatory action in U.S. history. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And it had no basis in law. On the contrary, over the generations, fossil fuels have saved millions of lives and lifted billions of people out of poverty and all over the world. And you see it with the blackouts all over where they don't use it, where they went to wind, intermittent wind, which is weak and ineffective and very, very costly, most costly energy there is. And people are dying because there was no air conditioning or there was no heating. Lots of other things, bad things happened. And yet this radical rule became the legal foundation for the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, probably as great, maybe even greater than Russia hoax, etc., which the Obama and Biden administration used to destroy countless jobs. And the jobs have been just decimated. Although they're all coming back because of tariffs, they're all coming back into our country at levels we've never seen before. But it raised prices and caused immense harm to the U.S. auto industry. We thought irreparable, but we've got them back. We're coming back now. I was in Detroit, as you know, with Ford, and they had one of the earliest plants from the early 1900s, and it was going to be closed down. And then when I won, they said, let's keep it open for a little while. Let's see what happens. And they just announced, as you know, they're going 24 hours around the clock with that same plant that was going to be closed because of what we've done. For example, under the endangerment finding, they forced the hated start-stop feature onto American consumers, which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine when you stop at a red light. In other words, the engine goes off. That's great. The endangerment finding was also used to impose the massive and really very expensive electric vehicle mandate, expensive in the sense that nobody wanted it. Everybody was going to be forced to buy an electric car in a very short period of time, even though you can't power the car, because we would have had to spend $5 trillion on power stations. That's all dead, gone, over. These crippling restrictions were a major factor in driving up car prices to unprecedented levels, and the car that you were getting was not nearly as good. In 4 years under the Biden administration, the price of a new and used car rose more than 22%, all to facilitate the Green New Scam without achieving any meaningful impact on the environment, but making the car worse. That is why, effective immediately, we are repealing the ridiculous endangerment finding and terminating all additional green emission standards imposed unnecessarily on vehicle models and engines between 2012 and 2027 and beyond. This action will save American consumers trillions of dollars and will lower the average cost of a new vehicle by close to $3,000. Think of that. During my campaign, I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new regulation. And we've exceeded that. We've instead done it 10 regulations. We were able to cut 129. So now we cut 129. So think of that. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every new one, but we did more than 10. We did 129. It's something. Nobody can even believe it. So we did a lot of regulation cutting in the first administration, a record. Nobody even close to it now. We're actually exceeding it in this administration. The biggest one yet that we've done is happening right now. So perhaps no industry has benefited more from our historic deregulation campaign than the U.S. auto industry. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd, tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation. And they're crazy out in California. They have nothing but trouble out there, as you know. That's why people are leaving in record numbers. I also ended Joe Biden's extreme CAFE emission standards, saving the average American consumer much more than $1,000 when they buy a new car. But now we're talking about close to $3,000. These regulation cuts, combined with our tax cuts and tariffs, are the reason why the world's largest automakers have announced that they're going to be spending in excess of $100 billion in the United States in the next very short period of time, building new auto plants. We're bringing our auto plants, assembly plants, and factories roaring back to life, not even mentioning AI and all of the other things. We're building thousands of businesses in the United States. And if you remember, on my first day, they said if I could ever get the Dow up to 50,000 in my last year, in other words, in the fourth year, that it would be an unbelievable miracle. But don't worry about it, because it'll never happen, they said. And if I could get the S&P up to 7,000, they said in the fourth year, they said it will never happen. Let's not even talk about it. I have things. Let's not even waste our time talking about it. Well, at the very end of my first year, the Dow hit 50,000. Now it's over 50,000. And 3 days before that, the S&P hit 7,000. So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago, an ideological crusade within the Obama administration set off the most costly regulatory power grab our country has ever experienced. The 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding led to trillions of dollars in regulations that strangled entire sectors of the United States economy, including the American auto industry. It claimed new powers over the vehicles we drive, even though the best reading of the Clean Air Act clearly states otherwise. The Obama and Biden administrations used it to steamroll into existence a left-wing wish list of costly climate policies, electric vehicle mandates, and other requirements that assaulted consumer choice and affordability. And who paid the biggest price? Hardworking families, small businesses, millions of Americans who just want a reliable, affordable car to get to work, take their kids to school, or go to church on Sunday. The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed. The red tape has been cut. Manufacturers will no longer be burdened by measuring, compiling, or reporting greenhouse gas emissions for vehicles and engines. And the forced transition to electric vehicles is eliminated. No longer will automakers be pressured to shift their fleets towards electric vehicles, vehicles that are still sitting unsold on dealer lots all across America. And as a cherry on top, we are ending the federal government's push to get manufacturers to install that Obama switch, the almost universally despised start-stop feature. There will be no more climate participation trophies awarded to manufacturers for making Americans' cars die at every red light and stop sign. It's over, done, finished. Under President Trump's leadership, vehicle manufacturers can once again build what Americans want, not what politicians and bureaucrats in Washington demand. President Trump campaigned on reviving the auto industry, and he continues to deliver win after win after win, ending electric vehicle mandates, getting rid of the Biden Cafe standards with Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, and securing massive new U.S. manufacturing investments and all of the jobs that come with it. Affordable cars mean opportunity. That means jobs, healthcare, education, and mobility, especially for working families and rural Americans who rely on their vehicles every single day. And this isn't just about making the American economy boom. It's also about restoring the rule of law, a fundamental principle of our great republic. For years, unelected bureaucrats twisted the Clean Air Act into something it was never meant to be. The Obama administration twisted itself into some kind of mental pretzel to invoke authority it didn't have and to sidestep Congress. They claimed that 6 greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles, some of which aren't even emitted from vehicles and trucks, contribute some amount above zero to global climate change, what they said endangered public health. But their wild web of mental leaps isn't prescribed in federal statute. The Obama EPA's House of Cards upended the best reading of the Clean Air Act, as well as 50 years of EPA precedent on what constitutes regulable air pollution. In the 16 years that intervened, the Supreme Court has established clear precedent in Loper Bright Enterprises and West Virginia versus EPA. And in light of these Supreme Court decisions and other developments, upon his swearing in last year, President Trump immediately tasked on day one submitting requirements, recommendations, research on the legality and continued applicability of the 2009 endangerment finding. And at Trump's speed, he wanted that research and recommendation turned around instantly. We looked at the Clean Air Act. We looked at what the highest court in the land had said, and we used a very simple metric. If Congress didn't authorize it, EPA shouldn't be doing it. Congress never voted for these climate mandates inside of Section 202 of the Clean Air Act. If Congress wants EPA to regulate the heck out of greenhouse gases emitted from motor vehicles, then Congress can clearly make that the law, which they haven't done for good reason. Today, we dismantle the tactics and legal gymnastics used by the Obama and Biden administrations to backdoor their ideological agendas on the American people. Following the plain language of the law, we have now realigned EPA's rulemaking to reflect the Clean Air Act exactly as it is written and as Congress intended, not as others might wish it to be. Where our predecessors focused on trying to make and please a few fear-mongering climate alarmists, the Trump EPA is making decisions to benefit all Americans based on common sense and reality. And the American people are tired of paying the price of political games. Last November, they voted for an administration that would listen to them. They told us that the price of a newer, safer vehicle was too high. They told us they didn't want cars that shut off at every red light. They told us dealers were sitting on lots filled with electric vehicles that nobody wanted or were buying. The Trump EPA listened. We heard you and we acted. And today's action does not change regulations on traditional air pollutants and air toxics. This EPA is committed to providing clean air for all Americans. Powering the great American comeback is based on the singular focus of providing clean air, land, and water for all Americans while harnessing the greatness of the American economy. That's a big difference from our predecessor. We believe that we can and must choose both. If you want an electric vehicle, buy one. If you want a diesel truck, then buy that. Powered vehicle or a hybrid, well, more power to you. That's what freedom and choice look like. We're restoring the rule of law, we're grounding policy in reality, we're giving power back to the American people. And we're bringing back the American dream stronger than ever before. EPA will never waver on its core mission of protecting human health and the environment, and this administration knows we can do that while ushering in the golden age of America. To recap, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding and all greenhouse gas emission standards on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed is eliminated. American families now will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. Today, the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States, over $1.3 trillion, the elimination of the endangerment finding is signed, sealed, and delivered.
Thank you, Lee. That was long, but good. It was good. Maybe I should say great. It was great, and we appreciate it. Would you have anything to say, Russ? Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Literally no other president would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal, so tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be, EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ. Please. Would you like to speak? You're worthy of it. Good man.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example and other companies where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better, much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak. We'll probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much. And I think that's a very big announcement, too, and we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, et cetera, you won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So any questions, please?
President Trump, thank you for this. And after this much-supported move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to be rebuilt right near your hometown in Jamaica, Queens. They're being called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What could you do to make sure these things don't
Well, we're
destroy
trying to
the
make sure it
environment?
doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. They've ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, it's gone to it. Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive. And we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for taking
Sure.
questions. What do you tell Americans who are concerned that the $1.3 trillion in savings does come at a cost to public health and the environment based on science?
I tell them don't worry about it because it has nothing to do with public health. This was all a scam, a giant scam. This was a ripoff of the country by Obama and Biden. And let's say Obama started it and got it rolling. And a terrible ripoff. They'll have more money to spend for health care, if you look at it. Now they can go out and spend it on something that's meaningful. And nobody's doing more for health care than the Republican Party. And that starts with the fact that prescription drugs are going to be coming down at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They're falling. We were paying the highest prices in the world by far, sometimes by 10 times more than other countries. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're going to be paying that. It's called favored nations, most favored nations. And I think it's the biggest thing to happen in this world, the world of medicine, prescription drugs, ever. There's never been anything like it. If like in my third year, first term, I actually got prices since under Biden, they went up very, very substantially. And now they're coming down by, depending on, you could say 500, 600, 700%, depending on the way you want to, or you could say 80%. It doesn't matter. They're coming down by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I got it all done, and I got it all approved, and all of the countries all over the world are going to pay more. They've agreed to pay more because of tariffs. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to tariff you, and they've all agreed to do it. Otherwise, they would have never done it. That was why no president has ever been able to get it done. Please.
Yeah, Mr. President, you took more than 600 deregulatory actions in your first year here. Coming from the business world, you know how unnecessary red tape can hinder business expansion.
Thanks for joining us. If you are just joining us on Fox 35 TV, we're listening in as President Trump takes questions right now from the Roosevelt Room of the White House. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks right now, and then we'll get you caught up on his announcement about the rollback of some EPA auto emissions standards and regulations. So let's go ahead and listen in as the president continues to take questions.
Right now as we speak, and new plants and equipments. And you may have heard Lee mention, I mentioned also, that over $100 billion is going to be spent in this very short period of time just by foreign auto companies on building auto plants in the United States. The greatest thing that ever happened to the United Auto Workers. The head man has not been nice to me, but now I understand he's saying this is the greatest auto president in history. But the auto workers gave me their vote, and they knew what I was doing, and they know what needed to be done. The tariffs saved them, but this is now taken it to a level that I think, Lee, that nobody ever thought even possible. They thought this was nobody would have the courage to do it. We have to have the courage to do it because we're making America great again. This is a big factor in making our country great. If you look at some of these cars, they didn't even work. They had computers all over the place trying to save a half an ounce of fuel. We have fuel for the next 500 to 1,000 years under our feet, and they're trying like hell to save a half an ounce of fuel. The whole thing is just crazy. Please, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, is climate cooperation with China no longer in America's interest? And could you please confirm that you are going to visit China the first week of April?
Yeah, I'll be visiting President Xi in April. Look forward to it. He's coming here later in the year, and I look very much forward to it. No, our relationship with China is very good right now, and this is, not relevant too much having to do with China, what we're announcing today. But no, my relationship with President Xi is very good. Yes.
Mr. President, following your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, has your thinking changed at all as it relates to these negotiations with Iran or the timeline with Iran?
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic. Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time, and they got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands. But it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them in the back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly. Yeah.
Mr. President, we might be heading into a partial government shutdown. When was the last time you spoke with Chuck Schumer, and do you still feel Democrats are negotiating in good faith?
Well, a week ago I spoke, but, we have to protect our law enforcement. Actually, the Supreme Court gave a ruling, or one of the courts gave a very big ruling on masks, that you have the right to use them, for personal protection if you want. So I don't know how that interjects. They want our law enforcement to be totally vulnerable and put them in a lot of danger. They have some things that are really very, very hard to approve, frankly. As you know, it's only pretend. We had various of the other bills. That's all done, but we're left with this one. We have to protect our law enforcement. Very important. Please.
Why does Prime Minister Netanyahu want you to stop negotiating with Iran?
He is, you're saying stop entertaining, stop talking to them? Didn't say that. We didn't discuss that. I'll talk to them as long as I like, and we'll see if we can get a deal with them. And if we can't, we'll have to go to phase two. Phase two will be very tough for them. I'm not looking for that.
Mr. President, there are currently 0 Israeli hostages left in Gaza because of you. Thank you for that. And now that the war is ending in Gaza and Israel, I wanted to ask, do you believe Bibi bears any responsibility for the security failures that we saw on October 7th?
Well, October 7th was a rough time, and I guess everybody's responsible. It's yet to look, but it was a terrible attack. It was a sneak attack. It was as violent as unfortunately, I've seen some of the results at levels that probably even you, good reporter, but probably you haven't seen. It was a horrible thing that took place. People were surprised. It was a surprise attack. Nobody saw that coming. He didn't see it coming. Nobody else would have seen it coming if they were in his position, I don't believe. But I can tell you he's been a very good wartime prime minister. He's been very strong. We've worked with him very well. We had tremendous success with Iran and everything else we've done. And he really has been. He's been, extraordinary as far as a wartime prime minister. Not easy. And, you have a president that refuses to give him a pardon. I think that man should be ashamed of himself. A pardon over this trial that's going on. The president of Israel, the primary power he's got is the power to give pardons. And he's not, he said he's given it 5 different times, but he doesn't want to do it because I guess he loses his power. I think the people of Israel should really shame him. He's disgraceful for not giving it. He should give it. But Bibi's been a great wartime prime minister, and I've been the best friend to Israel I think that they've ever had. A lot of people say beyond presidents that they've ever had, and we will continue to be. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, voter ID polls very well nationally. Even the majority of Democrat voters want it.
Right.
So why do you think Senate Democrats are resisting the SAVE Act? And what is your strategy and realistic pathway to getting the SAVE Act passed to ensure free and fair elections for the next generation?
It's such a great question. I appreciate it, actually, because it's called the Save America Act. We've changed the name. It's the Save America Act, and the Democrats are against it. I heard one of them say, we will stop the Save America Act. No, we're trying to save America. And it has to do with largely voting. And basically, it's got three very simple points. It's got voter ID, photo ID, but voter ID with a photo, right? It's got the confirmation of U.S. citizenship. You have to be a citizen. So you have a vote, you have an ID. That's about a 99% one. And I think 90% with Democrats. Then you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And there would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no mail-in ballots with the exception of disability, illness, military, or if you're traveling, you can get an exemption. You know, if you happen to be out of the country for a good reason, you can have an exemption. So with exceptions, it's no mail-in ballots. And that will assure the security of our crooked elections. We have crooked elections, yeah.
Fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video on, as you know, voter fraud, and fairly long video, and they had a little piece and had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted. But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud, and the piece that you're talking about was all over the place many times, I believe for years. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, were you aware that Secretary of Commerce visited Epstein's Island, and do you continue to have...
No, I wasn't aware of it, no. I didn't. I actually haven't spoken to him about it. I wasn't, but from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children, and I guess in some cases, some people were. I wasn't. I was never there. Somebody will someday say that. I was never there. Yeah, please.
This announcement that you made today, Mr. President, comes on the heels of a January jobs report that smashed industry expectations.
Smashed all records.
And a big feature of that was you reprivatizing the economy, an economy that was bloated with federal employment under the previous president. What's your message to Americans following this jobs report that smashed industry expectations? Is this just a sign that the best is yet to come?
Thank you. The jobs report's amazing in certain ways because we have tremendously fewer federal employees, way down. And now I could have left them and added to what we did, and we would have had almost 100% employment. I could have gotten a great kick out of the fact that we're 100% employed. But we got rid of tremendous numbers of federal workers, and they hated me for it. Now they love me because most of them have gotten jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times more money than they were being paid by the federal government. We had some jobs where you had 10 workers for one job, 10 workers for a job that one person should be doing. And we've gotten rid of a lot of those jobs. And by getting rid of them, these people became available to work in the private sector. And as you know, the numbers are incredible. So the job numbers are incredible. The financial numbers are beyond belief. Again, they thought it couldn't be done in 4 years, and I did it in 1 year. And the numbers you're going to see is these, I don't know if you notice also construction numbers, the jobs for construction workers. You know why? Because they're building plants all over the United States. That's why. And when these plants open in a year from now, some sooner, some a little bit later, but when these auto plants, AI plants, and thousands of other types of plants, when they open over the next period of a year, year and a half, you're going to see numbers like we've never seen before in this country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President Trump wrapping up, taking questions from the White House there, the Roosevelt Room, where he announced what he called the largest act of deregulation in U.S. history, announcing the rollback of some Obama-era EPA regulations and restrictions when it comes to auto emission standards and some things like that, specifically the EPA endangerment finding, as it's called, and that led to certain restrictions and regulations in a number of different areas with greenhouse gases. One of the ways that you may have been impacted by the most is with some of the emission standards on new cars and some things like the electric vehicle mandate and the incentives for car companies to add that start-stop technology to where when it's idling at a stop sign or a traffic light that the engine would shut off and then start back up once you hit the gas pedal again. So the President Trump and his EPA administrator at that news conference announcing a rollback, an end to that EV mandate and to those stop-start incentives as part of a deregulation and a revoking of that endangerment finding with the EPA. They say this is going to lower the prices of cars because it's going to make things easier. It's going to cut some of the red tape that auto manufacturers have had to deal with. So we will see. But that was the announcement from President Trump. He also took a number of questions at the White House there just moments ago. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, we are actually now in Florida Live as we have transitioned to. So thanks for joining us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. A live look right now outside the home of Nancy Guthrie in Tucson, Arizona, where we know the search is continuing for the 84-year-old who has been missing for coming up on 2 weeks now. We are tracking some breaking news here just because we got some new information from investigators with the Pima County Sheriff's Office, and they are asking for some new, they've put out a new request for information and a new appeal for some video. I had that pulled up for you, but it looks like that second screen just went down. Welcome back into Florida Live. We know, though, that the investigators are asking for any video showing vehicles, traffic, pedestrians, or suspicious activity from January 1st through February 2nd, 2026, near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. That's a 2-mile radius. They say all video is being reviewed. So we are continuing to take a look at that. Another tweet that just came out from the Pima County Sheriff's Office saying they periodically use the Neighbors Act trying to contact residents with home surveillance cameras. So it appears they are widening their search for surveillance videos and some clues that might help with that investigation and that search. Now, the Sheriff's Office also said there are no press briefings scheduled at this time, but they will call one when there are significant developments. Well, it's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And joining us live right now from the Fox 13 newsroom, we've got Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today in Clearwater, where a former executive for a well-known Clearwater marketing company is behind bars. Now, he's accused of fueling his lavish lifestyle and staggering drug habit with stolen company cash. Pinellas County investigators say 47-year-old Jeff Crane, he's the former CFO of Blue Water Media, siphoned more than $800,000 from the agency over a 3-year period. Now, according to court documents, the alleged scheme was uncovered after suspicious credit card charges triggered an internal review. Detectives say Crane funneled money into accounts that he controlled, spending the funds on high-end restaurants, luxury hotels, flights, and adult entertainment. The investigation took a darker turn when Crane reportedly confessed to company executives last August. Court records state he admitted to the theft, claiming he was trying to support a $10,000 a day drug habit. Now, Blue Water Media CEO Andy Latimer called the situation a profound betrayal of trust, but assured clients that their funds were never at risk. While court records currently detail $800,000 in losses, the company told Fox 13 the total financial impact could be as high as $2.4 million. Crane faces several felony charges, including money laundering and a scheme to defraud. He did make an appearance a short while ago in a Pinellas County courtroom, and that appearance was for a felony advisory hearing. Garrett?
All right, our second story in the Tampa Connection, Nancy, and that's a historic building burned to the ground.
Yes, that's right. The old Tucker home sat on the corner of Kathleen and West Campbell Roads for more than a century. The Polk County Fire Rescue rushed to the private property just after 9:30 on Tuesday night. They tried to put out that fire, but unfortunately the structure was unable to be saved. Now, while the home was vacant and nobody was injured, the loss is being felt deeply throughout the community. Local historians say the house was likely built around 1900, and it was the home to Joseph and Martha Tucker. Joseph Tucker was a former telegraph operator and a longtime minister at Kathleen Baptist Church before his death in 1942. His wife Martha was a member of the Hancocks. That's one of the area's original pioneer families. The Kathleen Area Historical Society says while preserving the home was never financially feasible, the building served as a rare physical link to the area's 19th century roots. Now, the cause of the fire, Garrett, is still under investigation by the state fire marshal.
All right, what a sad development there. And finally, you've got another interesting story here. To wrap up the Tampa Connection.
Yes, one man, he's proving that you don't need a grocery store to survive. And I'll tell you, Garrett, this has been one of our highly clicked on stories since it got posted. So Robin Greenfield is an environmentalist and an author, and he is on a mission to redefine what we call dinner. Right now, he's 4 months into a 1-year challenge where he refuses to step foot inside of a grocery store or restaurant. Greenfield says he's breaking free by only consuming food that he can forage. This week, he brought that mission to St. Petersburg. Eckerd College professor Dave Himmelfarb invited Greenfield to campus to show students and the community that food we often walk past is actually a resource that we take for granted. During what's called a plant walk around campus, Greenfield pointed out edible plants growing freely across Eckerd College and even gave the group a taste of the local landscape. Greenfield has completed a similar challenge before. That was over in Orlando, but that time he had the help of a garden. This year he's doing it from his home in northern Wisconsin without the luxury of gardening. He's relying entirely on canning, freezing, and dehydrating what he finds in the wild. Now, he doesn't claim to be an expert at plant identification, but he says his goal is to inspire others to start their own research. And for Greenfield, this is about more than just a meal. He says foraging is a way to break the illusion that humans are separate from nature, helping him feel at home wherever he goes. Now, while he isn't telling everyone to ditch the supermarket entirely, he does say foraging doesn't have to be an all or nothing commitment. And some students at Eckerd say the lesson is already sinking in. They told us that the experience has changed their perception of food and turned the weeds that they usually bypass into new possibilities. Garrett?
All right, interesting stuff there. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
It's time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. And Noah, we are, we're watching the forecast for this weekend with Daytona, and it's interesting to be worried about rain coming in on Sunday because we need this rain so much.
We do. But there's a good scenario, Garrett, where I think we're going to have the best of both worlds. I think the race is going to get in, and it's going to rain.
Okay, we'll take it.
So, well, if I'm wrong, if we're wrong, then then that is something else. But it looks like, Garrett, the timing of the rain is trending later for the big stuff.
Okay.
So in terms of anything big like last year, it's likely going to be after sunset, heading into Monday morning. In fact, I was just looking back in the office, and some of the data now prints would be thunderstorms Monday. Most of the stuff being Monday morning or midday. There's no race scheduled for Monday morning or midday. So I think on that front, we're fine. The only thing that could be an issue, Garrett, is on Sunday afternoon, there might be 1 or 2 or 3 light showers, which for you and I and most people is not a big deal, right? 1 10-minute shower, but a singular 10-minute rain shower, even if it's light, it only literally lasts 8 minutes. That causes a 1-hour delay because they got to go around, they do the air tightens, and they do the jet dryers.
It's a process.
Even if it, I was looking this up last night because we're going to do a little story. I'm doing a story on this for the 500 for our coverage. Is that even 5 minutes of light rain doesn't even have to rain hard or more than 5 minutes, and it's a 45 to an hour and a half delay.
Yeah.
And, so one tiny shower ahead of that big line of storms, and there still could be a delay. But I think the race is going to get in and start and will finish on Sunday. That's good.
Okay, so that is certainly encouraging.
Could there be a delay or two? Maybe, yeah, towards the end of the race.
Nice out there this afternoon, though.
Very nice out there, and you see the camera from the top left in Daytona. Things are a lot nicer today than they were at this time yesterday. We had some clouds earlier. It was kind of cloudy for a good part of the midday, but the front that produced the clouds is starting to move south, and we're getting some sunshine back in here as you take a live look at our cameras across Central Florida out there right now. So speaking of Daytona, here is that forecast. Now, the cold front's not going to arrive until well after the race is done. In fact, at this point, it might even be Monday morning, I think. But during the race, especially towards the end, there may be a light shower or two, and again, a light shower or two could have a delay on the order of 45 minutes to 90 minutes. So the good news is the race is going to start and it's going to end on Sunday. I don't have a doubt of that in my mind. But in terms of a delay or two, yeah, that's probably pretty feasible to see, but nothing like last year with 4.5 hours worth of delays in torrential rain. All right, so the morning lows over the next few days are going to be a lot warmer. In fact, today I didn't have a jacket out this morning. Leaving my place, it was very comfortable. Temperatures are going to be well above average for morning lows over the next couple of mornings. Rain chances, you see them there for Sunday into Monday. We'll probably have to raise Monday's rain chance now as it looks like the big front is going to slow down just a little bit as it starts to come on in. So temperatures today so far, we're still only at about 224. So we probably got another hour or two of heating to go for these temps, but so far we've gotten into the mid 70s. Tomorrow I think will be about 5 to 10 degrees warmer because of the more sunshine. And look where the cold is, it's way far north. I think we have, I was talking to Brooks about this the other day, it looks like the cold, we've put in our dues for this winter. I mean, there's no sign of cold coming this far south again, at least as far out as we can tell. Now, I'm not going to declaratively go on a limb and say we're done with cold for the winter, because even into late March in Central Florida, we have had Cold shots come this far south, even the 3rd or 4th week of March, although those are pretty uncommon. Once we cross the end of February, the math ain't mathing for a big cold in Florida. So, if you're not a fan of the cold, there's good news to report there. In fact, after the 500, looks like we could get solidly well into the 80s for several days by the end of the month. All right, so the radar's pretty quiet now. There are some showers starting to pop around the theme parks. I think we'll see a few more showers through the evening. Most of the southeast, though, is quiet out there. So tonight, mild, mid-50s around the city, mostly cloudy, a couple of early evening showers. Tomorrow, more sunshine. Should be a lot nicer. Temperatures will be in the mid-70s. And again, that forecast on Sunday, mostly cloudy. It'll be breezy all day, even if you're not interested in Daytona. If you just have plans Sunday, it'll be a gusty day, probably like 20 to 30 miles an hour. Now, last year we had wind gusts of 40 to 50 on race day, which I remember very well. Many of you may remember it was a wildly windy day ahead of the race last year. Not quite as windy this year, but definitely on the cloudier side. There'll be some peaks of sun, but notice the rain chances there. They'll get a little bit higher towards the end of the race. Still not high in the grand scheme of things, but what it looks like now, Garrett, just looking at some of our new data today, is maybe towards like 4:35, 6, 1 or 2 rain showers could come by, which the race should start fine. Most of it should get in towards the end. Yeah, there might be a brief rain delay or two, but that big line of rain, torrential rain and stuff, which is good for the drought, that probably doesn't even come until well after midnight. So,
okay.
All things considered, hopefully the race should be done by then, and then we get the benefits of rain for the drought.
Things certainly trending in the right direction. We like to hear that.
Yep.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are tracking an ongoing manhunt in Brevard County, looking for a suspect who's accused of being arrested yesterday, then slipping out of handcuffs and taking off after saying he needed to go to the hospital, needed medical attention. The search is now on for the suspect, who we've learned has a bit of a criminal history as well. Had the chance to catch up briefly with Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie just a little bit ago, talking about what we know about the search for the suspect out of Melbourne.
Fortunately, I thought I was going to be able to tell you he's in custody, but no, this is hours later and this man is still on the run here in the Melbourne area. It's important to note that police officers do believe he is still in the area. They say he's well connected here, has family, has friends here. So this all started yesterday when he was arrested. He was picked up by Melbourne police on a warrant. That warrant was related to a 2019 armed burglary charge. And that charge he actually served 6 years in prison for. So he was convicted of that armed burglary, served his time, and was released in November 2025. So this new arrest warrant came out, and he was arrested for that, stemming from this initial 2019 incident. He was picked up without incident. He was put into the back of the police cruiser, but on the way to jail, according to Melbourne police, he started complaining of having medical issues. So the two arresting officers diverted. They took him where we are right now, Orlando Health, off of Wickham Road. And as those officers were trying to get him out of the patrol car and into a wheelchair, Garrett, they say this suspect, Eric Jerry, slipped out of his handcuffs, assaulted both of the officers, and took off running. And he ran straight across the street into a very densely wooded area and took off. They brought out drones. They brought out police dogs. They brought out the Brevard County Sheriff's helicopter. They searched for around 6 hours last night and still have not found this suspect, Eric Jerry.
Hannah, how would he have been able to get out of those handcuffs?
Okay, so that's exactly the question that I asked police today here at the press conference. And I was honestly, Garrett, expecting them to say, oh, we don't know, we're looking into it. But, you know, the commander actually went into detail and he said, you know, we have a certain pressure that we apply on the handcuffs, but depending on the person, you know, you can kind of contort your hands in different ways. Some people are able to, you know, slip their thumbs. And he said, you know, it's happened before. So he's kind of thinking that that may be the case with this situation. You know, this man may have been able to contort his hand just in this certain way that he was able to just get that cuff right off of his hand, assault the officers, and book it into the woods.
Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie, we appreciate you joining us, bringing us the latest on that search out of Brevard County.
Garrett, before you let me go, I want to let you know, officers said he is not a danger to the public at this time, but if the public do see him, do not confront him, don't go up to him, because there's no telling what he could do at that point if he's feeling threatened. Clearly, he does not want to head back to jail or prison. He's already served 6 years, so he's doing whatever he can to avoid going back behind bars. So if you do see him in the area or you know where he's at, that doesn't mean he can't become violent. So the best thing to do is contact law enforcement immediately so they can get over to where he may be.
So we are continuing to keep an eye on that situation. Hannah is in Melbourne right now. She'll have updates coming up in a little bit as well. Meanwhile, Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Orlando earlier today, announcing a number of arrests and people facing charges in connection with a pretty large theft ring that involved commercial motor vehicles and stolen cargo shipments as well. In this news conference, Attorney General Uthmeier said, "You're an idiot if you want to commit crimes in Florida," because of the work that they are doing to crack down on things like this.
I think by now you guys get the drill. If people commit crimes in Florida, we're going to take them down, and they're going to go down for a long time. Today is no different. Today we're announcing charges against 6 individuals in a large grand theft ring. The individuals are Alain Espinoza Lopez, Yerson Perez, Yasser Medeiros Garcia, Alexis Suarez Hernandez, Alejandro Valdez, Arlie Asmani Hernandez Relova. And so what these guys did is they worked together in coordinated fashion across the state, trying to span over jurisdictional lines everywhere from Central Florida on down to Broward and South Florida. They stole from trucks in the supply chain that would often be parked in parking lots, oftentimes overnight, leading to over $7.8 million in loss that we've been able to discover so far. Again, this crime ring could potentially grow as the investigation continues, but at this point, 6 individuals will be behind bars for quite a long time. Again, these guys thought they could evade jurisdiction, but what you see behind us, yet again, multiple times this week, is an example of interagency coordination, teamwork that spans the state and allows us to overcome those jurisdictional boundaries, working together to put evidence together and ultimately bring charges. So this morning, I would like to thank our Highway Patrol, Colonel Gary Howes, who has had 3 or 4 different jobs really thrown on him. He thought he was signing up for one when he took this role, but the Highway Patrol, we call and they always answer and deliver for us. Also great to work with Orlando Police Department Chief Eric Smith. Appreciate the work of his team in this case and others working with the state. And then, of course, we've got the best statewide prosecution team in the country. Here we've got Gene Almanasi and Mary Salmon with us this morning who worked on this case. Gene was lead on it, and you'll hear from him in just a little bit. Again, the message out there to people is if you are going to commit crime, I mean, first of all, you shouldn't do it anywhere, but you are an idiot if you want to commit crimes in the state of Florida. We are watching. We're going to get you. It might take us a little while. We cross our T's and dot our I's. We do not hand out plea deals, and we prosecute to the fullest. So I hope this message gets out there. You know, Florida's at an all-time crime low, and that coincides with a record year of arrests and convictions. That's not a coincidence, everybody. It's not a coincidence. The two go hand in hand. We take this seriously, we prosecute to the fullest, and ultimately we make our society safer. Florida's the #1 large state to raise a family, and under our watch, that is not going to change. So I want to thank our law enforcement partners, our investigators. They do the toughest work here. We get to stand up here and celebrate their great results, but they're working behind the scenes up and down the state, and people in Florida, our taxpayers, they don't know how blessed they are to have these people working night and day to keep them safe. So thank you all for being here. I'll turn it over now to Colonel Howes.
As Attorney General James Uthmeyer speaking at that news conference earlier today. This was an investigation that began back in 2023 with the Orlando Police Department and really expanded after that. We are getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live, but we still have much more to get to here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. So keep it right here for more of your live streaming news on the other side of this break.
Ignition, 2, 1. And liftoff of United Launch Alliance SF-87.
That was the scene from Florida Space Coast early this morning as ULA launched a Vulcan rocket into orbit. It was taking some satellites, a classified payload for the United States Space Force. But you saw some sparks showering down as well. There was an issue with that launch as it went up. And so earlier today, had the chance to speak with Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center about what went wrong and what ULA can learn from this launch today.
Sure. So on this particular rocket, they mount some solid rocket motors around the outside of the rocket. And in this case here, the nozzle on one of those rockets actually started to disintegrate. And so a hole was punched in it from the hot gas coming from the engine itself. And so it was kind of sparking through then the nozzle in what they call a burn through. And so basically the nozzle was losing its structural integrity, unfortunately, as it was flying through the air.
How big of a problem is that?
Well, it's really amazing that this Vulcan rocket seems to be very robust and can handle this type of problem, because unfortunately this isn't the first time they've had something like this happen. For most rockets, that would be a real significant problem when you're losing a nozzle like that. But this rocket here is robust enough that they were still able to get these satellites into orbit, and it appears to be successfully.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because they were still able to continue with that and didn't appear to be a major issue. What does that tell you about this?
Well, there's definitely some robustness in the design. Now, of course, this Vulcan rocket is a pretty new rocket. It's meant to eventually replace the famous Atlas V that's launched from the Space Coast for decades now. But this rocket here is sort of a new generation rocket that eventually will take over for the old Atlas.
And as you mentioned, there have been some previous issues. Are they similar? How similar? How different are we talking here?
Well, initial views of this, it looks like it's pretty much exactly the same problem that they had on one of the earlier missions, where the nozzle, essentially in that case, broke off the solid rocket motor. In this case, it appears that there was maybe a little less damage to the nozzle, but still that nozzle was not functioning properly then.
Why would something like that be a recurring issue, do you think? Why would it be something that might be tricky for them to be able to solve so that it doesn't continue to happen?
Well, these solid rocket motors on the Vulcan are actually a new generation solid rocket motor that basically is higher performing. It produces more thrust than the earlier versions of a similar rocket nozzle. And so, of course, with higher thrust, you have more forces on these nozzles, and they're also trying to limit the weight. There's discussion that this rocket is only 10% more heavy than the last version of this particular solid rocket motor, but yet produces 20% more thrust. So they're really kind of pushing the margins here, and it appears that they still have maybe some manufacturing problems that they have to face to sort through some of the issues they're having with this new nozzle.
You talked about how robust the craft is for it not to have become a major, a bigger issue than it was. Did that surprise you that it didn't become a bigger problem?
Well, certainly the first time this all happened back with the first Vulcan that had a problem was extremely surprising to, I think, everybody. I guess if they demonstrated that capability on the first flight, it could do it again, but I don't think this is something they want to make a regular occurrence.
Yeah, so where do they go from here? What do you think they'll be really kind of looking at and zeroing in on to fix this?
Well, video is always an important clue to understanding why it happened, and so they'll be looking at some of the video that we have, and they probably have other video that we haven't even gotten access to that they can look at for this launch and analyze sort of where exactly on the nozzle the issue started. And then they can go back to their manufacturing process. They can look at the nozzles that they've built for upcoming flights, analyze it. They may even have to do some test firings on the ground of those some of those rockets and verify then what the problem is. Probably a little bit of an analysis, and then some review and then maybe even a test or two here on the ground to kind of hopefully get rid of this problem.
You talked about kind of what the plans are for this. Just talk to us about why it is important, what the next steps for it are, and why this is a something that kind of the role that it plays in upcoming missions.
Sure, yeah. Well, they put these solid rocket motors around the outside of the first stage, essentially outside of the regular rocket fuselage to add additional thrust. So they need that thrust here as they're lifting off the ground because, of course, there's high gravity and then there's also quite a bit of air drag when we're here in the lower part of the atmosphere. So they need sort of a additional boost to get up to the altitude they need to really start accelerating. And so these rockets are very important to allow them to have the complete payload that they need to launch, in this case, some Space Force satellites. And so in order to get those into the proper orbit, then they have to have these types of additional thrust solid rocket motors around the outside of the vehicle.
So what's the main takeaway from what we saw today?
Well, I think there's a couple. First, of course, the Vulcan rocket itself, as we said, is pretty robust and can still deliver a payload. There's definitely more work to be done by ULA to understand what's happening with these solid rocket motors. It's not like these types of motors have been used for decades now. Like I say, this is a new design. It sort of, though, really should only be, if you will, an incremental improvement. And then I guess maybe the other thing that we can think about is this is, in one way, one of the problems you have when you're not reusing the entire vehicle. You don't get it back to look at it and see what went wrong and fix it for the future.
Are you confident that this is something they'll be able to fix now?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's really a sort of a manufacturing design issue that they have. And so either way, they may have to beef up the nozzle. That might take a little bit of that mass margin that they were touting as so important for this new type of solid rocket motor. But yeah, they'll figure it out. They'll probably have to beef it up, though, like I say, and that'll make it a little heavier than they had hoped it would be.
Dr. Don Platt from the Florida Institute of Technology and the Spaceport Education Center. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon. My
pleasure. Thank you.
So interesting to hear his perspective about that, and hopefully something they'll be able to figure out and fix with more launches ahead. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Live look right now in Northport, Florida, the spring training home of the Atlanta Braves. So welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on Fox Local YouTube and on Fox 35 TV. Spring training is underway. Grapefruit League games going to be starting in just over a week. An exciting time of year for baseball fans. And there are a number of players from Florida with Florida connections who are vying for spots on major league rosters. I had the chance to speak with one of them today in our new segment we're calling Grapefruit Grown. His name is Garrett Bauman. He's a graduate of Haggerty High School in Oviedo, and he is a non-roster invitee in Atlanta Braves camp right now, and we had the chance to get to know him a little bit today. Garrett, just talk to me about being in camp. I know things are just getting underway. What's it like being at camp right now in Northport?
It's a pretty cool experience, being around top guys in the game. I'm just very glad to be here.
And not too far from home either. You have friends and family making plans to come see you?
Yeah, I got my girlfriend coming down the next few weekends, and then family will be coming down on opening day down here.
So that's pretty cool. I would have to imagine to have that support and within driving distance too.
Yeah, I got my grandma. She lives over in Sarasota as well, so she'll be coming down as well.
What was your favorite team growing up, Garrett?
I want to say the Chicago Cubs. My dad and my grandfather, they're from Chicago, so always grew up watching those games, and then them winning it in 16 was pretty cool for my grandpa.
So you've been a baseball fan your whole life?
Yeah.
When did you know that you wanted to try to play professionally?
I want to say around freshman year of high school. It's kind of just, I always threw it pretty hard, I want to say, but freshman year I was like bumping 90 or so I kind of knew that I had, a little bit of talent, so I just wanted to see how far I could make it, and, I committed to UCF later my freshman year, and I was like, okay, I got a legit shot at this, and I just kept grinding. So
you played at Haggerty High School, playing for the Huskies, right in Oviedo. What was your high school and also your college experience like, and how did that kind of set the stage for your career?
Yeah, so we have a few big years back in my high school. In Grissom, we played for the Braves actually, including like Riley Green, Ryan Mountcastle, Zach Eflin. But yeah, I mean, having those guys around before our season starts in spring was always just like a huge blessing. Seeing those guys come back to their roots, where they played in high school, and just seeing those guys go about their day and do what they do kind of just motivates you to try and be like them, seeing that they came out of like where you are in the same shoes you were. So yeah.
That has to be cool to see and helpful, as a player, like you said, with those goals of doing that too.
Yeah. I mean, I work out with all of them in the off season now. So yeah, just being around them is just, I'm grateful for it.
And the talent in Central Florida, I mean, when it comes to baseball, it's crazy. It's wild.
Yeah. I mean, there's countless guys in Orlando and honestly just in Central Florida. It's remarkable.
4th round pick in 2023. Take me back to draft day and what that was like.
Yeah, it was a little nervous, I want to say. I thought I was going to go a little bit earlier, honestly, but I came in the 4th round and I heard the Braves and I was just like, shoot, man, that's awesome. Then we went over to Beef O'Brady's in Oviedo, little restaurant, went out there, had some fun, and I figured out the complex is right down here, south of Sarasota, south of my grandma. So that was pretty cool as well. Figuring out it was that close to my house and family. So.
Yeah. What was that moment like? Just, kind of, being really ready to take that next step into that career. I mean, that has to be fulfilling and exciting in so many ways.
Yeah, I was very, very excited. A lot of tears throughout everybody. So it was pretty cool.
What you're a pitcher. What are the challenges of being a pitcher at the level you're at now?
Yeah, I just want to say being consistent. Going out every outing, trying to have your best stuff, even though when you're not going to. I mean, most of this game is just the mental side. You got to be mentally strong. Because if you're not, physically there, I mean, you just got to have it up in your head. You got to be there locked in every single time you step on the mound.
Walk us through your pitch repertoire, what people will see from you on the mound.
So last year it was pretty much just fastball, splitter, slider, curveball, but this year, I mean, we're gonna go four seam, two seam, cutter, slider, sweeper, curveball, splitter, bigger splitter. We've got all the pitches this year, so we'll see how that turns out. But it's gonna be fun.
What's your goal for the season?
Get some more swing and miss and more strikeouts. That's all I can say. Be healthy, throw strikes. But yeah, more swing and misses, more strikeouts. That's the word. So I'll make it happen.
All right. Last thing I'll ask you here, what's your message to other young players who are right here in Florida and looking up to players like you and maybe hoping to maybe get where you are someday? What would you say to them?
Yeah, just keep the game fun. My biggest thing is I always come here, try to have fun. At the end of the day, it's a kid's game, and you just got to keep enjoying your time playing the game. If you're not enjoying it, then it's pretty much over. Just have fun.
Well, it was great talking with Garrett earlier today, getting the chance to get to know him a little bit, and we'll be rooting for him, as many of you maybe already are, but cheering for him to make this roster for the Braves coming out of camp. Again, spring training just getting underway all across the state as we get closer to opening day coming up next month. Well, we are just about out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us over the past hour on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. But I want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues next. So if you are watching us on Fox Local or YouTube, you don't have to do anything. We're just going to continue for another little bit with more news coming up next. We live stream from 11 to 3:30 in between your newscasts and your other shows as well that you watch right here on TV. So we hope you join us. Download that Fox Local app on your phone, on your smart TV. We would love to have you. We track a lot of breaking news throughout the day as well. We are also, as we talk about breaking news, continuing to track the search for Nancy Guthrie in Tucson, Arizona with those developments. So keep it here, and we'll have more next on our live stream. Thanks for joining us today.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've been monitoring a lot of developments throughout the day, including things going on in Tallahassee, where earlier today there was some discussion on Senate Bill 418. This is legislation that would do some things. It's about law enforcement interactions with people who have autism spectrum disorder, and one of the things that it would require is certain trainings for law enforcement to better deal with those with autism. I want to play for you some of the discussion in a Tallahassee committee earlier today about this bill.
Senators go to tab 7. SB 418 on law enforcement officer interaction with individuals with autism spectrum disorder by Senator Jones. Senator Jones, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, members.
Autism is often described as an invisible and developmental disability, meaning it may not be immediately apparent that someone is autistic unless they choose to share that information. This is important because autistic individuals live full, independent lives. They work, they drive, and they participate in their communities just like anyone else. At the same time, some autistic individuals may experience differences in social communication, sensory processing, or how they respond in unfamiliar or high-stress situations. SB 418 is designed to promote safety and understanding during interactions between law enforcement and individuals with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD. The bill includes a training component requiring officers to learn how to recognize common ASD-related characteristics and to use effective communication and de-escalation strategies. This training helps officers distinguish ASD-related behaviors from defiance or noncompliance and provides information on the SAFE designation and the Blue Envelope program, which is the second component of this bill. The Blue Envelope program creates a blue envelope to support effective communication during traffic stops or other vehicle-related encounters. The envelope contains a copy of the driver's license, vehicle registration, proof of insurance, and emergency contact information. The outside of the envelope indicates that the individual may have ASD and includes communication tips for the officer. Individuals may voluntarily request this envelope through DHSMV or a tax collector's office. Members, I have heard concerns from families about the interactions between individuals with ASD and law enforcement, and I know our officers are doing their best, and this bill provides additional tools to support them in those moments. SB 418 will strengthen officer preparedness, reduce misunderstandings, and give families greater peace of mind as their loved ones live more independently. And that's the bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions on the bill? We do have a few appearance forms. Donna Lorman, speaking for. Monica Caterio, speaking for. Maya Hahn, speaking for.
Your microphone, Maya. Push the button.
How about that? Good morning. My name is Maya Hahn. I am Vice President of REACT, Research and Education for Autistic Children's Treatment, and I have worked as a provider serving autistic individuals for over 30 years. I'm here in strong support of SB 418. So over the last 3 decades, we have learned a tremendous amount of information about autism spectrum disorder, particularly about apraxia and motor planning differences that affect many non-speaking and low-speaking individuals. Apraxia is not a behavioral issue. It is a neurological motor planning disorder. Many of these individuals understand language, they know what is being asked of them, but their brains struggle to translate intention into purposeful motor movement, especially under stress. The stress changes everything. When a non-speaking autistic individual encounters flashing lights, loud commands, physical touch, or perceived threat, their nervous system can shift immediately into fight or flight. In that state, higher level motor control shuts down. Motor movements can become disorganized, non-purposeful, and involuntary. They may bolt, they may freeze, they may resist, and it is not their intention. They have no control. This can look like defiance, it can look like resisting, but neurologically, it is neither. In that moment, they are not choosing to disobey. Their bodies are overwhelmed. We now understand that apraxia and motor dysregulation are present in a significant portion, most likely the majority of non-speaking and minimally speaking autistic individuals. This is complex neurology, not willful misconduct. That is why training for law enforcement and first responders is essential. When officers understand that loss of purposeful motor control can occur under stress, they can adjust their approach. They can slow the intention and interaction. They can reduce escalation. They can keep themselves safe while also protecting our vulnerable individuals. SB 418 is about education, it's about equipping officers with knowledge that reflects current science, and it's about preventing tragic misunderstandings before they happen. On behalf of REACT, and as a provider of 30 years, I respectfully urge you to support SB 418. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Ferris, speaking for.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to share a personal testimony because it does affect my family. My very close family member, I won't mention his name or relation for sensitivity purposes, but he has outbursts. We have holes in our walls from outbursts he's had in the past, and you know, you hear the horror stories. And I was always terrified to call the police because you don't know what's going to happen with something that can be so unpredictable. And unfortunately, it came down to one day I did have to call the police, and they didn't really know how to handle him. And it got scary. He went to reach for his harmonica, and they put their hand on their gun. And I said, "Sir, that's a harmonica." And they were like, okay, you know, but they were, you know, terrified, or not terrified, but their emotions were elevated because of how they didn't know what he was going to do. And I feel if we had more training, we could have earlier interventions, because that intervention did lead to him getting help. And he's much better today because of that help. So I would like to see this go through so that we could get some earlier intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any debate on the bill? Yes, Senator Burton, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Senator Jones, thank you for bringing us this good bill. And I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, there's probably a number of law enforcement officers in the state of Florida who have a family member with ASD. And they're not here to speak to us today, but the bottom line is this is a you know, an issue in many, many people's lives. So I would think, I'm just presupposing here, but it says it affects so many families all across our country, certainly all across our state. And as was mentioned, so much new information is available and so much more detail is available. You know, I'm not in law enforcement, obviously, but were I a law enforcement officer trying to do my job and also trying to make sure I don't walk into a situation that escalates unnecessarily and provides a dangerous situation for everybody involved, I would appreciate this bill. So I'm really happy you brought this forward and certainly going to support it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate? Senator Mayfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too want to thank Senator Jones for bringing this forward. And I know you've probably traveled a long way to come up here and testify, but it means a lot when family members come up here. You know, people look at us like we don't ever do anything for what really citizens need done, what the people back home need done, and this is proof that we do. You know, we do care about the families, but we don't know. I've never had anyone in my family that has ASD, but I've had people in my family that's had cancer, and that's one issue that I really is dear to my heart is cancer research and cancer funding. The same way that this is in your heart to have things that help your people. And so I really appreciate you coming up here and sharing your story, and to thank Senator Jones for taking this issue on to make lives better for you and your family.
Thank you. Any other debate? Senator Jones, you're recognized to close on the bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I want to start off by thanking my colleagues, Senator Burton, Senator Mayfield, and for all of you who have seen this bill already. Thank you all. I know Donna and Monica, they're here, but they're over on the House side testifying on this bill over on the House, but they would have been here to testify, but I did hear their names in the stack. And to Mia and to Susan, thank you both for testifying before us today. For those who heard this bill already, I'm going to end this bill by reading a email that came from a mom. For those who read it, who I read this to already, thank you for listening for twice already. But for those who haven't heard it, this is a story from a mom. She said, "Thank you for the opportunity to share my story. My son and I were out in a community and he hit me, excuse me. We live in a condominium. He is 6'3" and 258 pounds. I tried to meet all new people so I can explain about my son. I had not met the person who called for a domestic situation. My son was still struggling and was outside when the first police officer came in. I had no idea they were called. I panicked and was screaming at the officer because he was telling my intellectually delayed autistic son to get down on the ground. My son was confused. He did not understand what was going on. The second officer came in, and again, I panicked. He got out of the car and said, "Is that my Vans?" I literally broke out in tears. The officer was in a training by ASGO, and my son and I attended that particular training. I sobbed. Why? I was relieved. The officer immediately knew how to handle my son. He made a horrible situation much better. Because of the training, he knew how to handle an autistic individual, and I will always be grateful. And that is the bill, Madam Chair, and I hope I can get you all support today to support not only our individual ASD, but also our officers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Jones. Michelle, please call the roll on SB 418.
Senator Arrington?
Yes.
Senator Avila? Yes. Senator Bernard? Yes. Senator Boyd?
Yes.
Senator Bracy Davis? Senator Bradley? Senator Burton? Senator Claudiud? Senator Davis? Senator Gates? Senator Jones? Senator Leek? Senator Mayfield? Senator Pasadomo? Senator Rodriguez? Senator Simon? Senator Trudeau? Senator Yarborough? Vice Chair Osgood?
Yes.
Reuters?
By your vote, SB 418 is reported favorably.
Reported favorably out of that Senate committee, and as you heard from State Senator Chevron Jones, there was a similar bill being heard on the House side earlier today as well. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this, Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It's been a busy day on Capitol Hill. Throughout the day here on Fox 35 News Plus, we've listened in live as Senator Rick Scott and Senator Ashley Moody, both of our senators from Florida, asked questions of witnesses in an immigration hearing that was questioning leaders about immigration enforcement in Minnesota. So we were able to take that live earlier today. Just in the past 20 minutes or so, Senator Ashley Moody spoke on the Senate floor with a special recognition of a very special Floridian. So here's what she said just moments ago.
Newest, most junior member from the great state, the free state of Florida, I rise today as well as the proud granddaughter of a World War II Army veteran. And I rise today to congratulate Mr. Dwayne Bruton of Cantonment, Florida, on the extraordinary occasion of his 109th birthday, celebrated on February 5th, 2026. Mr. Bruton is Florida's oldest living World War II veteran and among the oldest surviving veterans of the Second World War in the United States. He is a proud member of what history rightly calls the greatest generation. Ordinary Americans who answered the call, did extraordinary things, and helped save the world. They did not do it for recognition. They did not ask for praise. They simply did their duty. Honoring their service while they are still with us is both a privilege and a responsibility. When this country called, when his country called, Dwayne Bruton answered. He served from 1944 to 1945 as a private in the United States Army during the Second World War. He was stationed in Vera, France, where he was wounded in the line of duty and later returned home. For his sacrifice, he was awarded the Purple Heart, a lasting testament to his courage, humility, and devotion to freedom. The world owes a debt to Mr. Bruton and to his generation that can never be repaid. Born and raised in Pensacola, Florida.
What a special person, 109 years old, absolutely incredible. I want to get you live now to Capitol Hill, where we are hearing now from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, leader of the Democrats in that chamber, speaking after a failed pest vote that would have advanced the DHS funding bill. That means a partial government shutdown continues to loom. Let's listen in.
Common sense reforms, the very types of things that local police and sheriffs throughout America routinely follow. Today's strong vote was a shot across the bow to Republicans. Democrats will not support a blank check for chaos. This vote today asked a simple question. Will you rein in ICE's abuses, or will you vote to extend the chaos? Republicans chose chaos, and the Democrats, we refused. Republicans chose to put a bill on the floor that ignored the abuses, ignored the outrage, ignored what the American people want overwhelmingly. And they failed to get the votes to avoid a shutdown at DHS. As we've said for weeks, if Republicans want to keep DHS funded, they need to get serious. They need to sit down. They need to negotiate in good faith, produce legislation that actually reins in ICE and stops the violence. And I'm proud of my caucus. Senate Democrats listened to the American people and stood together with one clear, strong voice. Enough is enough. We listened to the American people and stood together with that clear voice. The American people are tired. They're tired of seeing these horrific videos. They turn your stomach. And 90% of Americans say they've seen them. The videos of Americans beaten, snatched off the streets, treated like they have no rights. These videos are reminiscent of what you see in dictatorships. The Americans are tired of masked agents conducting warrantless operations in their communities, secret police. They're tired of chaos, secrecy, and zero accountability. That is not what law and order looks like. And Republicans simply cannot pretend that this outrage does not exist. It's their responsibility now to step forward, heed the calls of the American people, and work with us to pass real reform. The path forward is simple. Negotiate serious guardrails that protect Americans, that rein in ICE, and stop the violence. Americans are watching what's happened in neighborhood after neighborhood across the country. They know it's wrong, they know it's excessive, and they want Congress, the Senate, to fix it. Senate Democrats showed up today for Americans. We did what they're asking. We did our job today. Now, Republicans have to do theirs. And as you know, we have asked for very simple objectives that is overwhelmingly supported by the American people and by a very good chunk of Republicans. I've looked at the polling data. While the MAGA Republicans don't support it, they must like what ICE is doing. Lord knows why. Non-MAGA Republicans, about 35-40% of Republicans support us. The public is crying out for change. Ready for questions? Yes.
Is there anything in what the White House sent over that you can find common ground on? And also, what kind of message does it send to you that the White House is willing to engage on the policy?
Well, look, first, I'm not going to negotiate in public and get into the details. But second, their proposal is not serious, plain and simple. It's very far apart from what we need.
But what's unserious?
Yes, I said I'm not negotiating in public.
What is in the White House proposal?
Again, I'm not negotiating in public. You can ask them. They sent it to us privately. Yes.
Is there serious discussion about a proposal that would fund DHS to take out funding for ICE and CBP?
No, the way to do this, it's very simple. We should fund the whole package. All the Republicans have to do is meet our requests here and negotiate in a serious way, and we can pass the whole thing. Yes.
Leader Schumer, what's your message to federal workers who now are not certain at TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, when they're going to get a paycheck next or be able to call into work?
Talk to the Republicans, okay? We're ready to fund everything. We're ready to have good, serious proposals supported by the American people. They're not. They're sort of dug in the ground, and they're not moving forward. Yes.
Why risk, as you said, Coast Guard, TSA, all them, when Republicans have already pre-funded ICE to $75 billion? ICE is still going to be
Ask the Republicans, okay? And go look at the funding streams that are available for other areas as well. But just ask the Republicans. They're the ones holding this up. We're on the side of the American people. We showed today overwhelmingly. I think the Republicans thought, I think they were surprised until yesterday that we would have a strong, unified vote. And our caucus is passionate about this. If you sat in our caucus meetings, you'd see how strongly people feel. And you know who are among the strongest? Some of the very people who didn't vote with us last time. You've heard them. They've put out their statements. Yes.
Senator Schumer, can you say with whom you're negotiating with at the White House? And is Stephen Miller involved in these talks, given his views on ICE?
Look, we're negotiating with the White House legislative people, and they bring in other people in. Yes.
You guys have a proposal or a counter-proposal coming this weekend. How do you see the next week and a half going when you guys are on recess?
Well, again. Well, look, every one of the people negotiating on our side will be available 24/7 to go forward. But what we're waiting for is, again, the White House to get serious and the Republicans to get serious. For whatever reason, they are stuck in a position that is not serious, will not end the violence, and will not rein in ICE. And again, ask them, just ask them, why are they opposed to simple things like no roving patrol, like ending the roving patrols? Warrants, you ever hear of that? The Americans are for warrants. Across the board, the average American knows you don't knock on a door and go into a house without a warrant. Are they against accountability, where somebody in some outside group has an ability to look and see if there's been abuses, and ICE is a terribly abusive force? You've all seen it. Are they against masks being off and people not having identity? What is going on here? Why are they so adamant in a position that is so against the Constitution and against what the American people, even a vast chunk of Republicans, are demanding now? It's hard to figure out. Yes.
The House, as you know, has already canceled Codel's delegation. Is it appropriate that Senate Democrats are still planning on going, just in case there is a deal, they would not be able to come?
Let me tell you, everyone will be available. Anytime, if we break the barrier of Republicans not negotiating seriously, and we can come to an agreement that is serious and, as I said, that reins in ICE and that ends the violence, everyone will be back. Everyone. And they said that at our caucus today, and be available. Yes.
To what extent are the public opinion shifts you mentioned driving your negotiating position? Do you feel validated as a result of that?
No, I just met with a group of 30 Minnesotans. They just came to my office. That's what's motivating us. When you hear what's happening, it's not America. I mean, I was sick one of the videos I watched, not even the videos of the two people who were killed, but how they treated a woman and pulled her out of the car and threw her to the ground and kicked her. It turns your stomach. That's what motivates us. This has got to stop. It's not America. Thank you, everybody.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer wrapping up his remarks there, talking about the DHS funding bill that failed to advance in the Senate today after a test vote failed. So you heard him talk about some of the concerns that they have. Democrats have said that they are concerned about funding the Department of Homeland Security for another year without some changes, without some steps made to rein in what they believe are abuses when it comes to ICE specifically, but also other federal agents and law enforcement because of what they say we have seen in recent weeks from Minnesota. We should mention that earlier this morning, Tom Homan, the border czar for the president, who went to Minneapolis and kind of took over things there after all the outrage and the number of incidents that happened there, announced today essentially a withdrawal, as we were expecting, after they had kind of slowed down their immigration operations, or where they had surged a number of agents into that area. They're kind of drawing out of Minneapolis right now. That was what we heard from Tom Homan earlier today. There have been a number of hearings, some of them very tense, about the interactions with ICE and immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota. Those we've been tracking, and some of those hearings that we listened to earlier today, where we heard from Senator Rick Scott, who was questioning the ICE director, and then a fiery back and forth between Senator Ashley Moody and the Minnesota Attorney General, a Democrat, Keith Ellison, who was testifying on Capitol Hill earlier today. So that's the story we're continuing to watch. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming the last 4.5 hours here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we appreciate you joining us. I'm going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team for Fox 35 Weather Plus, and then the 407 after that, and Fox 35 News at 5 after that. I'll be back here at 11 a.m. tomorrow with more Fox 35 News Plus, and I hope to see you there. Have a good evening.